Okay. Yes, that'll be fine. So we'll go ahead and we'll do library first, and then we'll do parks, then golf, then cemetery, and then after that we'll go to economic development, IT, planning and zoning, and then we'll save the best for last with our city clerk behind me. And then I will actually start it off. We did not remember the last one. It was discussed and decided to wait till today to go over with the mayors so that you had a outline of what the employee outreach, the community outreach, and the mayor's office, and also the community outreach for city council. So I do have that for everyone tonight. So I will go ahead and start that off.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
could I ask a question about the last budget
Yeah.
meeting real quick
Yep.
before we get started? And because this came up afterwards, I think, and it's more of a question, I guess, for finance. With the Caldwell School Board levy not passing, I'm gonna assume that that affects the police department as far as their SROs are concerned with, money, right? Is that correct?
So, the deputy chief and I worked with, we kind of worked around to see the price that we were gonna charge, and so we did talk to Eric Phillips at Caldwell School District during their budget proposal. I have not heard any different of that they were not accepting the rate that we gave them, but that doesn't mean it won't. I just have not heard anything currently.
Is it less than they have been paying us though? And then, I guess what I'm getting at is if they don't take it or they don't pay it, then do we have to make it up
So,
to pay for those people?
they have 4 SROs, the Caldwell School District does, and so they pay 75% of the cost, and then we pick up the other 25%. And so if they choose not to pick up, then we do reduce the level of SROs.
Like, does the city run into a problem in paying for those officers since we're picking up?
If
The
we do
difference.
not receive the revenue, then for the SROs, then yes, we would have to reduce that and pick it up with property tax, and we don't have it budgeted that way currently.
We do not have it, so if we wanna keep those officers, we have to figure out a way to pay for it,
That is correct.
basically.
So, for example, last year, we budgeted for 5 SROs for Caldwell School District. However, they only came in and they could only afford 4 of the 5. And so we left that 5th SRO vacant for the entire year,
Okay.
because we did not have that additional revenue coming in. So, and we only provided the 4.
Okay, well, then I guess it goes to a completely different question to the city of, if they can't afford it, even one, then do we no longer have an SRO in the schools? Like, do we?
So, and that would be, I know I was texting with the chief actually during our last budget workshop. So that, I mean, that can be when are they scheduled? So police is.
For some reason I was
are
thinking they
next one?
talked at the last one, they didn't.
They're the June 20th, so they've
Okay.
got another month till there. So hopefully we will know more by then. But it really depends, kind of like what Ray Lynn was saying. If the school district decides not to on that, then we'd have to look at it and adjust that budget because obviously that wouldn't be those funds coming in on that. And we may not know by June 20th, but it is 3 weeks away. So hopefully maybe we'll have some more information.
Okay.
and
I guess
kinda
I'm
where they're at.
just saying, I would like to see, not that we can absorb all of that cost, but I also worry about leaving the schools without anybody, so
Mhm.
maybe they can we can all figure something out, I don't know. But that's why I just wanna bring it up now, so when it does come to budget, that we have that question already out there, I guess.
Yeah, and I don't believe any other schools had any issues with the amount being charged on that. But again, like I said, with that levy not passing, it could affect them, but it would be their decision if they want to pay for it or not. Councilor Stoddard?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I thought, Mr. Phillips, former police person here, didn't he form a security service and does that all for Caldwell High School and some of the other ones now?
Not that I know of. He may have, and I don't know about a security service. I know he is there, some type of a safety
The safety officer there or
officer.
something.
He like leads the safety department or something of that nature. He doesn't, I don't believe, act in the role of like an SRO.
Oh, is that right?
So there is an SRO, Caldwell Police Officer at Caldwell High School.
Oh, okay.
Mhm.
I was under the impression that he had both roles, but he doesn't know. Okay, thank you.
Yep, for sure. Okay, so I will jump in and this, and then we'll kind of go through it, and if there's questions that do come up, we can definitely go through those. So what you have before you, is kind of a breakout of, the main areas, I think, that of questions in looking through the mayor's office budget and the city council, budget proposals, is the breakdown of some of these areas, the employee outreach and community outreach. So you have each of those broken out, and that first page is both for the mayor's office, the employee outreach, and then the community outreach. And on the back of that page is the city council community outreach, and then kind of the new position that's being requested. So for the employee outreach, as you can see, the first several items, there's no difference from last year to this year being requested. The one big one that you'll note, that first one is the employee appreciation dinner. That is an increase of $5,000. That is due to the number of additional employees that we have, the number of employees that are attending. Used to be scarcely attended in years past, but as they've come to enjoy it more and what's offered, we're getting many more employees that are coming. So that's the majority of that is to cover the increase in employees that are showing up and the number of employees we have. Also, the entertainment used to be a separate line item. If you remember the last time, we do have a DJ, there's a photo booth, things like that for the employees. So we used to have that as a separate line item. Do not anymore combine that into this. So that was about half of that increase was from that, just combining those two line items into one. And that was really the biggest. Like I said, there is a slight increase in the all staff meetings. Again, that's just due to inflation. There's a $500 increase on that, and then also for miscellaneous items, it's a $1,000 increase on that. And that provides for just different things for the employees. For like rewards for, like, we like to give out coffee mugs, birthday items for the employees that we're looking at doing that as well. So that's just a minor increase on that one. And I don't know if you have questions on any of these, or if you want to just go through all and then do questions at the end, or.
I do, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So in the all-staff meetings, what I'm noticing when the budget expenditures come out, there's usually some guidelines as to when something's provided, whether that's refreshments or lunch or dinner or something like that. And what I'm seeing is that almost in every meeting, somebody has purchased, that may be not the right words. In a lot of the meetings, someone has purchased something. Let's just say it's a morning meeting to meet with staff, and this may sound simplistic, but even if it's a box of donuts or something, once you start adding those up over a whole year, that becomes quite expensive. And so we're raising this just, and I'm not sure why, we say inflation, but I'm just wondering, is there areas we could cut that down in? We don't need treats at every meal, right? Or every meeting, so to speak.
Yeah.
And so I just want to be cautious with that because we all want a treat provided by the city, that if you just came from breakfast straight to a city meeting in the morning at 8 o'clock, I'm not so sure we have to provide something for a meeting that's maybe an hour long. So
Yeah. So what those are, that all staff meeting is, we have 2 of those a year. So we do one at the end of winter and then one during the summer. And so the first one, we do, donuts and juice for them. So this is not a monthly, this is just twice a year what these meetings are. So this is all staff in the city, that we gather together to just kind of go over everything as the city and goals and things like that. So the one meeting is, again, usually in January, and the other one is in July-ish, is what we shoot for, try to, before the fair seems to bring in a lot of flies, down at O'Connor, so we try to do it before that. So what that covers is, again, we do donuts and juice at that first meeting, and then we do a breakfast for the employees, just kind of as a reward for them, and do have just a very brief meeting with all the employees. So it is just for those 2. So it's not for like an every month. And I understand what you're saying, because that does add up if you're doing that. Now, if each individual department is having their staff meetings, they're free to do as they wish on that. But this would be specifically for those 2 all-staff meetings that we hold throughout the year.
thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions on any of that?
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
I'm still trying to decide how we're gonna work through this, but just looking at the overall numbers on this page, our increase is $70,000 between employee outreach, mayor's office community outreach, and city council community outreach. Am I reading that correctly?
That is correct, and the majority of that is on the community outreach, and that's really where I think we'll have some healthy discussion to see, you know, as the year went through, there was discussion about different organizations receiving more money, other than what we had provided, so we did put that in there from what we had heard throughout the year, and then again, that's definitely open for discussion, and if the council wants to omit some of those items, reduce some of them, but I know there was talk about increasing, like AAFE, they received 10,000 last year, and there was discussion, we want to take that up, the council wants to take that up to $15,000, same for Metro Community Services, so that's where the bulk of that increase comes from, was just discussions that we had heard throughout the year, in regards to that, but again, that is the
Well, I see
council
that, and,
budget. Mhm.
and just because somebody in one of our meetings says they would like that, I don't think that means we need to budget for it. Had the public known that was the only criteria they needed in order to make it to the budget, we probably would have had a lot more people come in here and say, we'd like you to include us in your budget, and I'm concerned that this becomes a, kind of a cash cow, we're just doling out money like it grows on trees. This is a lot of money to just be giving away, and, you know, especially those larger ones, the Metro Community Services, that's a lot of money to go from, 2,500 to $15,000.
Just chamber, I think, but yes.
Yeah.
Am I misreading that?
So on the back of the first page.
Oh, sorry.
the
There's
city
also
council
something on
and
the
the
front
outreach.
page,
Yeah.
so I
Right.
apologize.
No, you're fine, Councilman Doty, but catch up, please.
You didn't tell me you flipped the page.
That's why I want to be clear, if this is my chance to say something,
definitely.
there's a lot of money on this page that
Mhm.
I don't think we should be including in a budget, in a year where everything's going up. Again, where can we cut is the question I want to be asking along the way here. And not to suggest that any of these are not wonderful, organizations that need the help, but is the taxpayer dollars where we want to be paying for these just simply giveaways?
Mhm. Yeah, and that is, it is a great point of discussion, and this is where we would take your lead as a council, is what you want to see, in that regard. So again, these are just, again, this is not a fixed budget, this is why we have these workshops to kind of present what we've heard and things like that, and then have discussion amongst the council of what you agree with, disagree with, and this would be a big one for you all to kind of weigh in and see which ones you may want to cut, which ones you want to keep.
Mr. Mayor, so what is why is there such an increase on the Metro? Because then I'm gonna flip back to the front page, because then there's also a huge increase for the chamber, but
Mhm.
do you know what the $12,500 increase is for the Metro?
So I know that they came and presented, or Raylan, maybe you can, looks like she's jumping in.
The increase is actually only 5,000. This last year, the way we did the budget, we split it between city council and we split it between the mayor's budget and the community. And so for fiscal year 24, the budget was $10,000, and that's what we did give them. That's what you guys approved, was 10,000. So the increase is only 5,000. And so if I can speak to some of these, so the AAFB, we have,
Which page are we,
I'm just
can
gonna
say.
speak, I'm not referencing. So the AAFB, this year we gave 10,000, so that's a $5,000 increase. For the senior center, that is I believe we give smaller, like $2,500 donations to them, so that one's a little bit bigger. For the Caldwell Veterans Memorial Hall, we gave $20,000 donation this year, so it was budgeted in a different budget. So this is just moving it and reducing it in one budget, putting it here. So, the same with the Caldwell Health Coalition, that has something that's been budgeted. And same with the seniors farmers market, that was about 2,500. So there's been slight increases, but not as significant as you think they are.
I still have a question on, I guess, page 1, it would be for us. On the Caldwell Chamber,
Do we want to maybe just stick with
Well,
this
I don't
one
know.
and we'll go
I don't
back,
know.
since we're on that second page?
Is that where we are? So, forgive me, Raylan,
Mm-hmm.
I think I understand what you just said. So the numbers on this sheet are not accurate in the sense of the aggregate total of what was given to these organizations, because what you just explained was there was more money taken from other budgets than what's represented here. Because as soon as you said we gave this much last year, I'm going, no, we didn't. It says this much and that much. So what I need is I wanna see it all. I don't wanna see pieces and then
So
be confused
So if
because,
we go back in order, it should make more sense. So if we could go back to the
Page
mayor's
one?
office, yes, back to page 1.
okay,
Okay, so in the mayor's office community outreach on that one, so you'll see, and it's gonna go over the questions you just had. So the Caldwell Health Coalition, AAFE, Seniors Farmers Market, Senior Center, Metro Community donations were all moved to solely be in the city council budget next year. So you'll notice that in this, you'll see those items. Caldwell Health Coalition, $2,500 was from the mayor's office community outreach budget last year. Hope Store was $5,000. Senior Farmers Market, $2,500. Senior Center, $5,000, and the Metro Community, $2,500 on that. So that's what that's showing. So that's showing those coming out of the mayor's office community outreach, on that.
but I don't think that's what she said, Mr. Mayor, because if we just let's just take the Metro Community Outreach.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at the 2023 column under the mayor's office, it says we budgeted 2,500.
Mm-hmm.
Looking at the column under the city council, it says we budgeted 2,500. I thought I understood you to say we gave 10,000 last year.
I think it was 5,000. Was what we gave.
She
to-
said 10,
Yeah,
so that's
yeah.
why I'm
Mhm.
questioning.
Where did the other
Why?
5 come from?
For fiscal year 24, it was 10,000 total. With the Metro, there was 2 lines within the mayor's budget, one for 2,500 and one for 7,500, if I recall. And I can definitely pull it up, but I'm pretty sure that's where that was. So we did pay Metro $10,000.
So this is where my confusion comes in. I'm listening to what she's saying, and I'm saying I don't have all the data here.
Was that,
Once again, I have to be cautious when I have partial data or insufficient data. I can't begin to make a decision.
there was one that the council asked to have increased? Was that the one when they did a presentation? And I thought I remember the council saying, we want to give you more money than what was budgeted. Do you remember that? So that's what that was. So budgeted was 5,000. When they came forward, the council said, we want to give you more, and so doubled that to 10,000. And that's what Councilor or Clerk Geyer is confirming for. So that would be the budget. This is correct of what was budgeted. But then again, when they came forward, the council said, no, we want to give you more money, and so that was increased to the 10,000. Does that make sense?
It does. There was another number, and now it's getting blurry because there was another number she shared a moment ago that was more than what the aggregate total of these 2 pages reflected as well. What am I missing, Raylyn?
That would be Veterans Memorial. So that was originally budgeted under, so this, in fiscal year 24, Councilman Stoddard asked that we pay utilities for the Veterans Memorial Hall. However, based off of the MOU, we cannot pay utilities, so we made it a donation to them. And so they received $20,000 from us this year, but it was out of general fund city buildings and not general fund mayor or city council budgets. So you'll see a reduction in that budget.
So how complicated would it be for you to get a grand total for me of what we gave in 23-24 compared to what we're budgeting, what we're proposing, for 24-25?
I can put that together and email it out to you guys tomorrow. That would be fine.
Because it would be important to me to know what are we doing and what is being requested, because it still seems like a lot of money, and I'm not real comfortable with these huge increases in donations, even though these are all wonderful services. And again, without all the information in front of me, it's hard to know what I'm bothered by.
So what would be good, and maybe we'll touch on some more of that on that first page, community outreaches mentioned, several of these items were moved to, the council for their review and purview. And that, the reason for that was just so that there's more of an oversight over that. So it's not the mayor is giving this money to all these different organizations, give that council more authority. No, are some organizations still that's proposed in here, keeping the same as last year. The Boys and Girls Club, Churro Upward Bound, which helps, first generation students to get to college, Caldwell Fine Arts, Winter Wonderland, Family Fun Day, Youth Forum. So those are still in there in the mayor's office, community outreach. The big increase is, as Councilor Doherty did mention, two of those community outreach events that we do. So on that one, part of that is that there was 2,000 that was in the council's budget last year that is being removed and put strictly into the mayor's office community outreach. That was part of that increase, and the other is just if you go to my notes, solely within the mayor's budget for that, and then ensuring that we have enough, food and things like that. We ran out of food a couple times last year. I know we had a kind of a poor showing at the first one, but we're excited for the next one. Got better advertising going out to try to attract more people on that. So that was the reason for the increase on that. And then the big one, as Councilor Doherty mentioned, is the Caldwell Chamber of Commerce. So for that one, the donation did increase significantly, or the proposed donation increased significantly. This is to make the city a strategic partner with the chamber and giving them more ability to market Caldwell and attract businesses and people, to highlight the relationship between the chamber and Caldwell and the incredible work that Travis is doing for the chamber. As you know, the chamber in the past has had some difficulty, a lot of turnover on that, and so where they're at now and what they do for the community. In the past, there are several different, the Nightlight Parade, the Buckaroo Breakfast, many different, not organizations, not festivities, but events. There we go. Many different events, and the city would just be a sponsor at each one of those. So we, instead of doing that, we talked to them about doing it all as just one lump sum. And that's what we did last year. Again, so the reason for that proposal, again, these are proposals, and for discussion with the council, was just because that partnership that we do have, feel that money is being used much more appropriately and better, give them the opportunity to market Caldwell better, whether it's, at the Boise Airport, here in town, in the community, to try to get more people coming out to whether it's a chamber event, a city event, whatever that may be, to try to, again, the goal is to get more money coming into Caldwell than what's being spent with the chamber. So that's the reason for the proposal on that increase. And again, this is why we have these workshops. It's for discussion from council, and if, there's agreement or disagreement, changes that you want to see on any of this. So that was the reason for those proposals.
So, Mr. Mayor, a couple
Mhm.
comments.
Yep.
One, why does it first have to be divided between mayor and council? This would, to me, be much more simple if it just said, this is what we give to as mayor and council. We're voting on the budget, and I think that's some of the confusion is sometimes it's
That's where I'm
listed
going. I don't like the way
twice,
this is
and
titled.
sometimes we're
Yeah.
both giving, and I get that a lot of that's been cleaned up, which we appreciate, but it's just,
I don't know
if
why
we're
it's
voting on the
mayor
budget,
or
what
the
difference does
council.
it make if it literally says mayor in front of it or council in front of it? Maybe it has to because of the way the silos of money are set up, but it's just, I think it makes it more, because in the end, you're proposing the budget and we're voting on it, so why does it matter if it says mayor or I just think it'd be easier to follow if we had a whole list, because right now, we're even flipping back and forth trying to figure it out, right? And then the chamber as well, we gave 3,000 last year, 15, but you said we also gave to other events that they had from time to time. Again, I'm with Councilor Williams on this. Well, what did we give and how much, if it was above and beyond the 3,000, so I know if it should be 15 or 10 or 6 or?
It was right at that $3,000 mark from years before. Once you added in, I think there was 4 or 5 different ones that we had sponsored too, and it came up to, basically it came up to that $3,000 amount. So that's what we did on that. And so this is how the budget's always been kind of presented. And I don't know if it had, I would go to Ray Lynn if it has to have that separation, or if it could be combined, or.
So, yeah, the way the budget is that each city council has a separate division, mayor has a separate division. So, I mean, we can definitely put all of these under one budget, under the mayor's budget, to make it easier, like, just have it all under one budget, but whatever you guys would like to see. But yeah, each budget is kind of separate.
The only thing that concerns me about that is if we're giving out $70,000, I think the council should have oversight of when those decisions are made. I think in one sense that's to protect you, Mayor, from it appearing that the mayor has the opportunity to buy something, where if a council as a body is brought a request to make a donation, we can make a determination whether that's a donation we want to make. So I would suggest if we're gonna lump it all under one title, it should be under the city council community outreach, and these should come back to us for the approval, so that we can, at that time, make the determination that, yes, we are able to do this. There's a couple more things in here that I think we should discuss. Those community outreaches that you began several years ago, maybe if we're having to spend more money on them, we ought to eliminate one and spend less. I think, again, we've got to ask the question, where can we save, not we need to spend more because we ran out of food at one of these events. Maybe we need to have one fewer of them. Maybe we need to serve something that is less expensive than a meal and still be there to get to know our community and have people, give people access to leadership in the community, because I think that's valuable, but maybe we need to find ways to make that more affordable rather than just raising the amount on that. And then on a separate note, the 4th of July festivities, where did that come from before this proposed budget this year? We've paid for those in the past, I thought.
So, and Raylene can help me on this, that's come out of just some general fund, then also, you know, that first year that I was in office, we tried to make the 4th of July a fundraising event for the veterans. So one year the donations go to the Caldwell Veterans Hall, the other year they go to the Veterans Garden. And so, for example, like the U.S. flags that are purchased, those are, I think, around $4,000 to buy all of those flags, and the porta potties is several $1,000s as well to bring in for that event. And so that was being deducted out of the money raised. So if we raised $50,000, we're spending $8,000 to $10,000 on flags and porta potties and other things, and so that reduced the donation. And so the proposal was, if this was part of this, and again, this is all for the council's discussion and decision, if that came out of the general fund in lieu of the money raised, then that would allow the majority of the money raised to go straight to the veterans.
I'm sorry, so it came out of the general fund or it came out of the money raised?
Did it in the general fund, but the money is raised with sponsorships. And I believe some of the funding does come from the city as well. So
I guess
we don't charge for like the fireworks, but all of the sponsorship money that is raised, that ends up being for a donation.
So in essence, what we're saying then is we took away from a donation that would have gone to the veterans home, and so maybe this $10,000 needs to be included in our consideration of the Caldwell Veterans Memorial Hall, because that's another $10,000 for them, is what you're saying. Again, the numbers are doing these figure eights on me, and if that's how much, if we want to give $25,000 to the Veterans Hall, let's put it all together and say we're giving $25,000 to the Veterans Hall. Otherwise, maybe the fundraising does need to pay for it, unless we want to give $30,000 to the Veterans Fund, and then let's just increase it more. But the numbers are going back and forth on me.
So here's the reason. So either we want to budget separately and have the city pay for those, or we want the sponsorships to pay for those. And that's really, I think, what this decision is asking you. Do you want the city to pay for it, or do you want the sponsorships to pay for it? We can do it either way.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Mayor, I have a question. So suppose we raise no sponsors, no sponsorships whatsoever. Would the city necessarily say we ain't paying for it because you didn't get sponsors?
That is correct.
We're gonna pay for it.
Well,
Okay, go ahead, Councilor Algood.
Just a quick question, Raylan. So there's approximately $70,000 in outreach. Where does that $70,000 come from? Which revenue source does that come from?
Property tax and sales tax, and cost allocation plan, which is the admin allocation, 50% of the city council's budget and 50% of the mayor's budget gets allocated among all the enterprise funds and gets charged to them.
And then the other 50% is split between sales tax and property tax?
That is correct.
I have a couple of questions.
Yes.
Oh, wait, go ahead.
Yeah, if I may.
Yes.
I'm glad there's security here, but because of what I'm about to bring up, I might need it, but on the mayor's office of employee outreach, these employee dinners, we give employees of the month awards, we give the spot awards, the sporting event tickets, the employee appreciation day, bring your kid to work day, you know, the staff meetings that doesn't affiliate with them, but department recognition events, and I don't know what miscellaneous is, but I'm just saying, don't we do enough with these other categories that we have to have an employee dinner appreciation dinner? Is what I'm saying. Because that's one of the big items. Because we do recognize employees in all these other categories, so.
Mhm. Yeah, and I mean, and that's obviously a decision of the council. I would support it strongly. I know our employees really appreciate it and enjoy coming and getting together. Can we do it different? Yes, if the council decides to cut the funding on this. I know that, you know, we've talked about the lower rate of turnover that we've had, the increased retention, and I truly believe these are the events that really help to make sure the employees are here and not leaving. And so just one employee staying, and let's say one police officer, since we do have the police here, this isn't even close to what you'd pay to have to train and hire a new police officer. So just by retaining, if every single one of these events just retained one employee, you're doubling the amount of money that you just spent by saving that employee. So, and again, we don't know the numbers if that's the reason why, but these kind of things is what we do to try to let the employees know we appreciate them and keep them around longer than looking for jobs
Yeah,
elsewhere.
my opinion would be the raises we gave him and probably increase in the benefits would be my reason. Anyway, the other item, getting back to the Veterans Memorial Hall,
Mm-hmm.
I want to remind everybody that last year they brought in a little over $80 million in Canyon County, and that's based on services that they were needing from doctors, nurses, hospitals, and all that. So there is income that comes in from those folks from the veterans, and I think we originally asked for 20,000, wasn't it? Okay, and I would hope that we at least match that much, but again, veterans do bring a lot of revenue into this county, and I just want to remind everybody that. So with that, I'll shut up.
Councilor Doty?
And I think here's the point too, if I added this math up right, but it looks like we spent 98,000 on all of this last year, and this year the proposal is to spend 168,000. Did I add the math right, Raylene? I've just added the big bold numbers at the bottom, kinda simple. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think
And
that's
so
pretty accurate.
And I think
Mhm.
with, Counselor Williams' point is, okay, that's, that's $70,000 increase in all of these different categories. So do we need to rein back on that a little bit and figure out what is the most important thing to give? I'm not sure that can be decided sitting here at this moment unless we wanna go till 1 or 2 in the morning on it. But it is quite a significant increase, and again, I'm not saying that all of them aren't worthy or deserving of them, but it's a lot of money to increase in 1 year for all of those programs.
Yeah, and I think, I mean, it is kind of that time. This one is gonna be, 'cause this is kind of your budget, so this is your decisions. I mean, it all is, but specifically on these, if you wanna cut, so I think this would be the time to talk to the council and say, okay, these ones we're good with, or start with the big ones, say, okay, this one's a big increase, we wanna cut this to this, we wanna eliminate one of the proposals for the increase in funding. Again, this is just what we had heard throughout the year, and if the council disagrees, then that's no problem, because this is what we thought we had heard. So we just would be good to go through this so we know, rather than just trying to guess the amounts on it, and see which ones you do want to keep the same, which ones you want to change, increase, decrease, if there's others you want to add to it as well.
I have a question.
Yeah.
What is the Caldwell Health Coalition exactly?
So the Caldwell Health Coalition is through, if I'm not mistaken, the University of Idaho, on that, and their goal is to increase health awareness throughout the city. They do different events, things of that nature, to again just raise the health awareness in the city. I don't know if Raylene has any more info on them, or yeah. So it's something that the city has donated to them for many years.
Okay.
on it.
So, everything that everybody said, I was also going to say, and because it looks like if you're looking at this, that the mayor's, budget only increased by $500, where city council's budget increased by $63,500. So anybody just looking at that is gonna look like you did a really great job with your budget and we didn't, right? So I think it needs to be clear what we're doing. If
And
it,
so this paperwork for you does not go out to the, I mean, it's obviously a public document, but that's why I had the notes to describe why, and showing in here the decrease
So-
in the mayor's.
right.
Mhm.
So out of curiosity, just, I mean, I don't wanna nickel and dime everything, but what do we do when you bring your kid to work that costs $3,000?
So we do, we provide lunch to all the kids and the employees that bring them in. There's different activities for the employees to do, you know, making like little signs. There's things that each of the departments hand out for the employees, you know, kind of like swag items like that for the employees that gets handed out.
Okay. And then the department recognition events at $10,000, is that, I mean, I'm guessing that that's through the year, like, how does that get handed out?
Yeah, so that is, in the past, there was, $20,000 that was for, employees, like if somebody's doing a great job, that they would, you know, propose, I want a $300 kind of bonus for this employee. So we took some of that money, last year, and it was allocated to these department recognition events. So this is where we would go to a department and do, you know, like a pizza party for the employees. We brought in, you know, catering for those departments. You know, great example is street department, after they get done with chip seal, things like that, or putting up the Christmas lights. We'd go and have a little celebration with them to just thank them for what they've been doing.
But the spot awards are different, right? Those are for individual
So
employees?
those are individual, if somebody wants to do like a small sport award for
Okay.
one of the employees.
And then on the, I guess it must have been under ours, well, the community outreach, I guess, that went up $5,000. Is there any way to like maybe combine them to less and then not have like a full meal, so that, I mean, we're just looking at money in every place, right? And then there was something else. Oh, so the employee dinner, is that the holiday dinner?
Yes,
Just one?
employee appreciation dinner, yep,
Just
correct.
one dinner, right?
Mhm.
Not,
Yep.
okay. And then, we answered that. I guess I too wanna know if we spent it all, last year, our budget.
So we still have, you know, 4 or 5 months left in the budget year.
Mhm.
So I know in many of these items, it's on track for that, because you look at the percentage, you know, we're 60-some% through the year on average. And sometimes you have outliers that, you know, you have a big expense in June or July that hasn't hit yet. But for the most part, a lot of it's tracking on that. I know like the employee dinner, that did get, all spent on that last year. So, but yeah, overall, it seems to be tracking, from what I've seen, pretty consistently.
So I can give you like total numbers. So this last year in the community relations budget for the mayor, there's only $2,000 remaining of that budget. So that, we've spent almost the entirety of that budget. And for city council, though we haven't, there's right now $11,000 available. So, of that budget.
So will that roll over?
It
if we don't
doesn't
use it?
roll over, so if we don't spend it, then it's just cash we don't use in fund balance that we accrue, so.
So, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I would just, regarding these community outreach stuff, they seem to me, I mean, we're still hearing about new employee requests and pay raises, and those things are hitting me as a bigger priority than $168,000 in community outreach. I'd kind of like to hear what these requests are that, you know, if we're going to be making, additional pay raises or reclassifications or hiring new employees, I'd like that to come before spending $170,000 on this, because, you know, because those to me are the priority, is that we make sure we have the employees, right first.
I agree. Like, I would rather even take away the community events with food. I mean, we could still go,
Yeah.
right? Like, we could
Mhm.
still show up. Instead of taking away some sort of employee incentive.
Mhm.
I mean, at the end of the day, when we finish up this process, if we have money here, by all means, these are worthy projects. I'm not saying
Yeah.
they're not.
Mhm.
There's just other things, in my opinion, that would probably take priority to start our budget with.
Maybe we could add those back in if there's
Mm-hmm,
money, but
absolutely.
I would, and it's not taking away from the community, we could do something that's a lot less expensive than a full meal, like somebody
Mhm.
said.
So, and yeah, those are great points. What might be helpful is on the second page, the city council community outreach. 'Cause I think we understand pretty good on that first page. Except maybe the Chamber of Commerce on that, if kind of direction, is it kind of agreeing that
Well,
to reduce that one as well? If so,
I
what
guess what are we
number?
getting for that? I understand what you're saying.
Mhm,
I'm
yeah.
sure that,
Mhm.
clearly a lot has changed there and in a positive way, in my opinion, at the chamber.
Mhm.
I just, that's a significant increase, so what is the guarantee? Like, what are we
Yeah.
getting that's $12,000 more?
Mhm.
And I think that's some of the issues. We don't know.
Mhm.
And if there's no guarantee and we're just giving the chamber 15,000 to continue to do what they're already doing, there has to be a return on investment, right?
Mhm. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
may I remind everybody, we got $48 million more to go, and we're hung up on $70,000. So
Well, we
may-
have to take the time to discuss it. That's
I
one of the
understand that,
things
but
about,
maybe we
doing
just
it.
use this as a general discussion, and we're talking about getting into the more meat of the stuff, but we haven't got to the meat of the stuff yet, so maybe we should just, kind of move on in the entrance of expediency to get to the other 48 million, and
I
then come
agree,
back
but we
and
have
visit
to give
this.
them some kind of direction, and that's why we're supposed to have the discussion, because without having the direction, like I noted in my email, like any kind of long-term plan, everybody's just stuck spinning circles. So either we table it and we just all decide over the next week and then email it in or bring it back, or we have the discussion. But I'm not comfortable leaving it without at least, or leaving, I guess, finance kind of just like, well, I don't know what we're doing with it. So maybe we need to go line by line.
Yeah, and it could be, doing it towards the end. If we want to do, kind of wrap it up at the end of the budget workshops, kind of see where everybody's at, and then it gives you time to look at again, the majority of the increase is on that back of that first page. And again, this was, just a proposal of what we had heard throughout the year of wanting to give more money to some of these. I know AAFE, there was talk that we want to give more money to them. There was more money given to Metro this year on top of what was already budgeted. So that is why those came in. And again, the Veterans Memorial Hall, it does appear to be maybe less than what it was last year from budget, but again, that you have to remember that 4th of July, that 10,000 would more or less kind of equate to that, so we can combine those. So maybe just keep this, look at it, and then towards the end of the budget workshops, we can bring it back and see where we're at, and then you can decide, okay, we want this one off, we want this one to stay, we want this one reduced, and go line by line at that time for that.
I think it would give us time to set priorities. Like I say, I think Councilman Doty's comment too is, we gotta look at what some of these, categories return to the community, and
Mm-hmm.
even the Hope Door, I mean, if we didn't have them, what would it cost the community in policing and everything else if we didn't have them? Same with the Veterans Hall.
Mm-hmm.
So I think we have to look at it that way. What's gonna be the return? And with the chamber too, I think if, Mr. Travis can give us some idea of what his plan is to justify that amount, that would help us, I think,
Mhm.
so.
Yeah, okay. Any other direction on that before we move on from it? No, and we'll come back.
I'm good with moving on.
Okay, sounds good. Okay, so now we'll move us into library. Lacey.
Sorry,
Are
were
we
we
gonna
gonna,
discuss the chief of staff
Oh, that
position?
is right, I apologize. So, I heard move on, I got too excited.
You just already
so-
know how it's gonna go, huh?
So, well, the hope is that it goes good, but you never know. So yeah, there is one position proposed, for the mayor's office, that is for the chief of staff. There's some information in there regarding what those responsibilities would do, what that position would Intel, some additional information just kind of showing the population of Caldwell increase over the last several decades. And then also Idaho City's population shows the top 8 cities, which all of them, we're number 4. All of them have a chief of staff position except for Caldwell. So that's Boise, Meridian, Nampa. The top 3, we're number 4. Idaho Falls is right behind us. Pocatello is about 10,000 behind us. Coeur d'Alene about 20,000 behind us, and Twin Falls about 25,000 behind us. And each of them does have a chief of staff or equal position within those city governments on that. So again, going into that too as well, the mayor's, and this is obviously just for the mayor's office. And so for that mayor, currently there are 18 people that report directly to the mayor. In research, typical in different businesses, it's the rule of 7 plus or minus 2, where a direct report should be between 5 and 9 is ideal on that. And as I mentioned, right now it's at 18, which can make it very difficult, meeting with all of those individuals. That's 18 evaluations that you do, which takes several weeks. So being able to have a chief of staff where you could divide that up a little bit more equally is kind of the reason for that. Just provide more time, provide more ability to have better communication with council. When you have, again, 18 direct reports, 400 employees that you're over, can become difficult on that. So the hope would be also to increase the ability for council to reach out to the mayor's office and have a direct line in that regards as well. So that is the reason for the request on that. I know that there's been discussion already about not adding any positions in any departments, and I realize that, but still felt it was needed, and that's why the reason why it's still coming before council for their decision on it. So,
Mr. Mayor,
yes.
all I can use is my past experience in my prior life.
Mm-hmm.
I had a $300 million budget.
Mm-hmm.
I took care of raw procurement programs in the United States, Canada, and overseas in 4 different Asian countries. And all I had was a good secretary, and we managed to make money. So that would be my comment. So I would be against it. So.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I am curious, I have a couple of questions. Is there any way to get a job description for what you have 2 assistants, right?
So I have
Or-
1 executive assistant, and then
That-
there's a community outreach specialist, and then the PIO falls under the mayor as well. The
Okay,
public
so
information
I guess
officer.
I'd like to see job descriptions for those if we can, because I feel like, I'm not totally understanding what, I guess community outreach, that's
Mhm,
Mr.
yeah,
Kita? Was it Kita?
Kita.
Kita?
Mhm,
I don't understand exactly what he does.
mhm.
So I'd like to find out more what he does before we start adding in more positions. Just to make sure, because I feel like the mayor's office is somewhat disorganized, and that could be something you inherited, I don't know. But it feels, I don't feel like anybody, I don't know, it just feels like it's kind of all over the place. I don't know if you have meetings every week with your executives or how it works, or if it's just they're just all kind of out on their own. But that is one position that I've never totally understood, so I'm trying to get a better feeling for that. And out of those, I'm gonna ask every department this because I've asked for the report, but it's delayed just a little bit, not anybody's fault. But out of those 18 people that report directly to you, have any of those people received any raises that didn't come before council?
So they should all, it's all budgeted, so it would have to come in one way or the other.
I guess I'm wondering, how do they get the raises prior to the performance evaluations?
So, it comes, I'm just trying to think on what raises have been given. This through the budget, through what's approved.
And besides just the standard cost
Mhm.
of living type raises, like what?
So it'd either be a lot of it could have been part of class and comp. That's what we've been on focus on this last year. So if it was this last year, that could have been part of it.
Are they ever arbitrary?
Arbitrary, no.
Okay.
So everything's reviewed. Like I said, there was a raise given through the class and comp study. Several through, if you look at all 18 on that. So there are several raises given through the class and comp study proposals that came forward. But obviously, all has to be within the budget as
Mhm.
well.
Okay. Well, at this point, I don't, how do I say this? I don't, disagree that you probably need some help in there, but I just think that we need, I don't think we can do this right now. Part of that is because I feel like that the city hall needs to get organized. I know you spend a lot of time with Mayor's Youth, and that's kind of what I'm wondering about with, the community outreach person, how much they do. I know you removed the council liaison to Mayor's Youth, which could have been a great help. So I just don't know where the time is being spent. And to me, it feels like, and this is not meant to be an argument, but I feel like you have a really good handle on the, community outreach part of it and being out there in the community and being approachable and all of those things. But I also feel like maybe that needs to be dialed back a little bit, and you come back to the office and be the executive, and then see how that goes, if we still need something like that with the people that we already have in place.
Yeah, and I don't believe there ever was a liaison for the Mayor's Youth.
There was,
one
because-
well, there was one for the youth master plan, but I'm not aware of one that was ever.
Oh, there was.
Was there one?
There was.
I feel like when we first came on, there was, because I asked to be on it and was denied, and I think, Councilor Williams had it, but then it sort of disappeared.
Mhm.
So I feel like if maybe there was some help there with those things that you're very passionate about, whether it's from council or other people, and again, that's sort of why I'm asking about the community outreach program director, is if part of that job is to be with Mayor's Youth, could you then pull back a little bit and let them do some of that while you're doing the executive stuff for the city? And then see how it goes.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I would tend to agree with, in general, the comments that Councilor Register has made. It's a little perplexing to me that it looks like we're hiring somebody to do your job, in one sense. And, I know that all of these things that you involve yourself in are appreciated, by the people, but we hear about you being able to deliver Meals on Wheels and go to all the events at the schools and accompany staff on their trips with economic development or working with planning and zoning in some of the city planning things. But we have staff in those positions to do those things where we need you in the city hall running the city. And so it almost looks to me like what we're proposing is to pay somebody to do the job I thought you were doing. And so I think in general, my opinion this year is a no on this position as well, for a lot of reasons, but not the least of which is I think we should have thought harder on this last year when we were adding 50 other positions if this was a necessity. And I'm just not going to be in favor of this position.
Mr. Mayor, oh, sorry, go ahead.
Councilor Alden.
Well, we're kind of, the discussion we're having here, and I'm not leaning one way or the other, but the discussion we're having here is a chief of staff versus a city administrator that does that day-to-day stuff if we expect our mayor to go do those other things. Some cities, a county has a county administrator, you know. And I think, and again, I'm not advocating for one or the other, but I'm just saying, it sounds like we're crossing line. You know, do we want a city administrator to run all these departments and have a central person, or do we want the mayor to do that? But, you know, I was looking at the wages that were out. These are incredible wages. We could definitely hire a professional. And then last budget hearing, we had a discussion about paying a consultant to tell us where we want to go in the future, and I would vote against that in a heartbeat. We had a 10-year plan for years and years here, and I think the talent in this room could definitely put a 10-year plan together for where we're going, without paying thousands of dollars. But if you had a city administrator, that would also give you that, anyway. Just talking here, but we're talking a mayor's assistant versus somebody that's going to run day-to-day operations of the city citywide.
Well, I think that you're right, that somebody has to run the city operations, but Caldwell has always had that in their mayor. So if they want a mayor that's a figurehead that goes out to the ribbon cuttings and the the youth stuff and whatever, then the mayor position then has to become a figurehead where there's a city manager or something like that. Now, I don't know that anybody particularly wants to do that, but what it starts to feel like is that we're paying for two mayor positions. So either the mayor's position has to be better defined, or the mayor's office needs to be better organized, because you're right, there's a lot of talent within the city, but are they being utilized enough? That, and that's where I think this comes from. So there's been a couple of events where the mayor was not available, as far as I understand, like, I'm just throwing this out there, because you were participating in, Meals on Wheels or Mayor's Youth or whatever. There's nothing wrong with doing that, but at the same time, it feels to me like the city's paying you to be available to those emergencies, right? So when those kinds of things happen, and then we introduce another position to take care of that stuff, then it feels like we're again just adding and making government bigger instead of taking care of it how we are now. That's what it feels like to me.
And I'm not aware of any emergency on that. I know it is not uncommon to have 2 or 3, sometimes 4 events scheduled on top of each other. And so then that's where I have to decide of which takes like a triage on that. And so there are events where I'm not able to attend because of the other events in that regards that I've gone
But
on.
what, were you out on doing Meals on Wheels and there was a call, some kind of emergency at City Hall and nobody could get a hold of you? Or is that not true?
So that was an emergency that came up when I was in process. So I didn't know that was gonna happen. There was something that happened down at City Hall, so I was out delivering Meals on Wheels that day. Obviously those come up.
But how does somebody get a hold of you when you're out doing, that's what I'm talking about, the difference between a figurehead and a city administrator, right? Like, if you sent, for example, your police chief out somewhere and he wasn't answering his phone and there was an emergency, he would be in trouble, you know?
Not really. I mean, it depends, because there's times when, and he is extremely accessible, but there may be times when he's in the mountains camping and he doesn't have reception, and that's why we have a deputy chief that can step in and take that place in regards to that.
True, but, okay, so maybe, I don't know. I just feel like if you're the president, that you should be accessible no matter if you're out at a meeting, doing a community event, whatever it is. If there's an emergency at your office, I just feel like you should answer the phone. And why that didn't happen, I don't know. But that's not even the discussion. The discussion is that, in my opinion, before we go to add a chief of staff position, I would like to see the mayor's position, no matter who's in it, be the administrator first and see how that goes.
And that is how it's run. And I don't think you get anybody in this position saying you must be available 24/7, 365 days a year. It just isn't going to happen. Shouldn't happen, in my opinion. I know I tell my staff that you need to take time and be away, and then when you do, you leave somebody in charge so that there's that person to reach out to. You've got to have that time away in that regards. And so I think we do a great job in the mayor's office. I think we do a great job throughout the city. I'm very proud of our employees and what they do and the things that we're able to achieve together. It's a great partnership that we have, and I understand and hear where the council's at and what they're saying, and understand that it looks like that's not going to move forward. But again, I'm super proud of what we have, the departments we have, organization that we have. I couldn't be more proud of the city and where we're at right now. Okay.
I'm sorry, just to be clear then, are we removing it from the proposed budget
That will
then?
be up to the council decision, so if we get to that final vote, so.
So you want to wait until we're voting on the overall budget to make that decision?
Well, I mean, we're gonna, at the end of it, sounds like we're gonna have we have a wrap-up session towards the end, and at that time, going through each of these line items and see which ones the councils want to remove and change, and then I think at that time we can decide how it moves forward.
Are you talking about a wrap-up session today, or at the end of this?
This will be a month or two down.
In that case, a month or two later, when we have this whole list of things we're wrapping up, is somebody keeping like a list, or is this all just gonna be included in the budget, and then we have to go through there and make sure those things have been removed?
So, yeah, no, there'll be a list, and like I said, we will go through this. I would imagine, line by line on these items, the community outreach, and see what the council wants to keep in their budget and what they want to remove out of it.
Mr. Mayor, maybe I can answer that question for Councilor Register. We were presented with a list at the last budget hearing
Right.
with all the proposed, positions. And so even the mayor's one's on there, so I would think that, you know, this total list would be reviewed again at
That
some
part,
point.
yes, but what about the, like, so far we're wrapping up the mayor's budget and the council's budget at the end of that list. Is somebody just keeping a bullet point of the things that we need to discuss before it goes to the final budget that we can, I know you are for sure, but I mean, in a list that we can just have at the end and go, okay, check.
Yeah.
I'm gonna make sure, 'cause I wanna make
Okay,
sure that
okay.
whatever I present to you guys in August is what's gonna pass. Like,
Okay.
we don't wanna go through that process and
I
not
just don't
have a
wanna
budget
forget
that's
anything and then have it on the budget and then we
Mhm.
miss it and
Yeah.
then, or not have it on the budget and we miss it.
Yep, and so yes, we definitely will have all that information so that we can have that wrapped up at the appropriate time and get it approved, when we are statutorily required to do so. So, okay, library.
Thank you, Mayor, Council. Excuse me, I appreciate the time to chat with you about the library this afternoon, so I will get right to it. So first, I am going to start with our strategic plan. I just wanted to provide an update on where we're at as far as progress with our current strategic plan. And to add a bit of context, these are the areas that we identified that we needed to focus on and prioritize for 2022 through 2025. And of course, our funding goals and requests tie into this as well. And these are the four main priority areas, and I'll touch on them briefly, but there is a complete copy of the entire plan in your packet as well, if you'd like to refer to that. So first, what is included on these slides are items that are still in progress, and what we've already completed has not been included on these slides. So again, it goes from 2022 to 2025. So I've just highlighted here what we are needing to work on for the next fiscal year. The first item, establish a Caldwell Public Library Foundation and conduct a long-term fundraising campaign for ongoing program and service needs. And we have a completion goal for that by September of 2025. So essentially, we have a Friends of the Library group that fundraises on our behalf, and they are a 501c3. So that opens up doors for additional grant opportunities that we qualify for, and we're obviously grateful to have them be part of the library. But as we look forward to addressing future facility planning, we would benefit from having a foundation to pursue those larger grants and donations to support capital needs and requests, which a foundation could assist us with. And then the next 2 points there, create a diversified funding strategy by identifying new philanthropic partnerships, sponsorships, revenue enhancement opportunities, and increase awareness of the Caldwell Public Library Endowment Fund and conduct long-term fundraising to support the endowment. So as you know, we do have an endowment fund, and in the 10 years that I have been at the library, we've used over $500,000 from that fund specifically for remodel projects. There have been a few extensive HVAC and energy system repairs and upgrades. And had we not had that funding available to us, we certainly wouldn't be able to complete those projects. So we want to keep that in mind as we move forward and continue to add to that fund where we can. Additionally, to assist with this, we also pursue grants and other funding, which allowed us to add a van and a new truck for our outreach efforts. Another more recent example of grants, since November, our outreach team has applied for and received $3,600 in grant funding, which I know may not sound like a lot, but their budget for the year is only $7,000. So my colleagues definitely do a wonderful job of seeking out those opportunities and taking advantage of those where they make sense to enhance our services. All right, then moving on. Enhance the library's community engagement efforts. So expand collections to reflect the needs of all community members, including seniors and Spanish speakers. And then I wanted to mention the last one there, improve outreach to underserved areas of the city and improve communication with patrons living in those areas. So I have spoken about this before, so I won't spend too much time here. But in short, our physical footprint of the library has remained the same since the building was built in 1976. So it is challenging for us to meet, the programming, meeting room spaces that we have with the current facility. And one way we have tried to go about this, try to make a significant impact within the community, is to increase our outreach efforts outside of the building. So for seniors specifically, as it mentioned here as a goal, we provide programming and delivery to several care centers, including Aspen Creek, Autumn Wind. We also have a presence at the Senior Center, and additionally we make several deliveries to individual homes for materials. For Spanish speakers and ESL folks, we have consistent programming out at Farmway, the Mexican Consulate, and we also are present at several of the Head Starts, Casa, Marble Front, and La Adelita as well. And then the middle points there on this slide broaden our physical reach within the community by implementing 2 24-hour library access points. So it says on there September 23, so that was the target date that I had hoped to achieve that. We are obviously short of that date. I'm confident we'll be able to get there by the end of the strategic plan at the end of 2025. And one of these access points will be completed in fall of 2024, and that is the Holzwalker project out at Luby Park. All right. And moving on, expand the library's marketing to reach a broader audience and increase library users. And that includes reviewing brand manual and create opportunities for all staff members to learn about the library brand, just do a better job of promoting essentially, and collecting and sharing community impact stories to strengthen support for library services. And that image there is just an example of how we track where we are going, where we're getting requests to go to make sure that we hit as much of Caldwell as we can. Additionally, these requests and visits could be indicative of where an additional library location could make sense or be successful in the future. So it's important for us to track those. And then the final goal here, meet community demand for technology resources and skills development, provide patrons with access to a variety of technologies and classes that support job seekers, business development, enhance connectivity for seniors, and lower income residents and families. So we continue to provide access to computers, Wi-Fi, tech coaching. This is something that we invest a significant amount of time in because there is a continued need from the community, rather, for these. All right, and then I wanted to talk about staffing for a minute. So we have 14 full-time staff at the library, with the majority of those positions being front-facing positions, the circulation, adult services, outreach. And we have found, it's not unique to us, but is a challenge to retain positions, and we found that we have had more success retaining folks in full-time positions rather than part-time positions. So the last, particularly 3 or 4 years, where it's made sense, we have combined part-time positions in part to save some savings, and then also to just have those positions to better help with retention. And we have identified the next place we hope to add additional staff as the adult services area, the youth services area. They have not seen an increase in positions or support since 2017, so they are up for consideration. And just wanted to share a bit of information here. So this library has some information about service areas and the number of youth and teen staff that are dedicated to youth and teen within those libraries. Several of these libraries are in the Treasure Valley, and then a few are similar in size to Caldwell. So Caldwell currently has two full-time folks that assist and run essentially the youth services programs that we have in-house. And as you can see, those two positions would put us more in line with Mountain Home and Garden City. And I did want to mention, just with Idaho Falls Public Library, the number of youth and teen staff are correct that are on there, but the service area, obviously that's not the population of Idaho Falls. What they do is they have contract services to provide library service to Bonneville County residents that are outside Idaho Falls city limits, so that's why that looks a bit different. And the cost for this position would be $74,601. That is what that is budgeted for. And so we have been, this is kind of hard to read, so I'll just break it down for you there, but we've been exploring potential path for adding the position that would not necessitate an increase of the budget. And this is currently a screenshot just from OpenGov. I know the numbers can fluctuate a little bit as changes are being made, but essentially what we have been able to do, we have eliminated 2 part-time positions within FY24. And we also, for FY24, had just under $140,000 budgeted for the locker project at Luby Park. Again, we knew going into 2024 that ARPA funding may be available, but that was not a given. And as it was part of our strategic plan, we wanted to make sure that we could fund that either way. So there is $140,000 there that will not be budgeted for in FY25. So, again, I apologize, that's challenging to read, but our budget there for FY24 was just over $2.1 million, and proposed for FY25, we're looking at a decrease in that of about $115,000. Even with the addition of that youth services position. So that is how we have arrived at that projection and then those numbers. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions that you all may have.
Perfect. Any questions,
Yeah.
Councilor Stoddard?
Mr. Mayor, Lacey, I just noticed, I was looking at the fiscal 23 budget on
Sure.
some of these items, and for instance, the state grants are down substantially. Is there any reason for that, or we're just not writing as many grants, or?
Raylan may be able to speak to that, but I think there was at one point a change in how they were recorded.
Oh,
So we are pretty consistent with our grant funding, but it kind of depends whether it's a state grant or a federal grant. So that may be part of it.
yeah, this was state grant, went from 23,800 down to 3,000 the last 2 years.
So when I go to budget for revenue with grants, because sometimes they're one time, sometimes it's just what we apply for. And we're working on a new grant management system, and Lacey and her team have also been utilizing Chris to help with writing grants too. But these grants can be short-term, they can be long-term, and so with looking at it, we want to be conservative and not overstate that, because if we overstate it and that revenue does not come in, then we would be in trouble.
Okay. Another question, on the community program revenue, again, 2023, we had $5,200 roughly, and now we don't have any. Is that any reason for that?
The community program,
Yeah, community program revenue, it says.
sorry, I don't have that in front of me. Which number is that?
So that's actually like I'm making sure. So that number, in many different budgets, it's named the same thing. And so in library's budget, it's actually called the rebates reimbursement.
Oh, yes.
And
I
so,
know. I know that one, yep. Yeah.
so it just depends on what we actually receive as reimbursements. It's not something that gets
Yeah.
budgeted quite a bit.
And with
Okay.
that one too, if I may, we're hesitant. I mean, I'm fairly confident that we'll get a lot of those rebates. There's like a broadband reimbursement program that we participate in for internet, which has been very consistent from year to year, but it's always an unknown. That could change as well, so that may account for part of it as well.
Okay, and gifts and donations are down substantially too, from 70,000 down to
Mhm.
35,000, is that?
Yes, that's part of what goes in there, as well as the endowment fund, and there is some discretion, there is discretion from the library board as to what is spent from year to year, if anything, so that will kind of fluctuate depending on what their goals are as well.
I see.
So when it comes from the endowment, it would go to that line item, so there's variation from year
So
to year.
have we been losing people then that normally donate a lot of money because of death or whatever?
No, it's
No.
actually increased, the last year or so, I would say. But again, that's not unknown. There are some, foundations, like personal foundations, and that will vary from year to year, so it's hard to budget for.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
And SODIC, just to mention, so that you can kind of see the trend, this year we've already brought in $162,000 under that line item.
Hmm.
So it's definitely a different flow on, so we
Okay.
try to just be conservative.
Thank you.
I'll also just want to add that, we don't generally budget for contributions and grants unless they're pre-awarded. That includes gifts and contributions from these other organizations because it's not guaranteed funding. And so if we happen to get funding that year, if it's a very short-term funding source, you'll always see no budget. And then, the 23 column you're looking at is based off actuals. So that just means additional revenue came in, but it's not good practice to budget for that since it's not guaranteed revenue of any kind. But we do often, get it and use it, and we don't rely on it, but we do expect it, but it's not in the budget because we're not relying on that to maintain operations and the funding. If we don't get it, we don't spend it. So we just don't put it in the budget, and we don't put the expense in the budget. You will see on budget amendments, that's why we do a lot of these things we will do budget amendments for, because then we'll get the money, and then we'll increase the budget by the amount awarded for these gifts and things. And I also just want to clarify on the endowment fund, that's restricted fund balance essentially. So when they use endowment funds, it's money that has been put into a separate investment account that's earning investment interest, and it's restricted fund balance. So there's no revenue that comes in to offset use of the endowment funds. It's just additional use of restricted fund balance for the library that's coming out of those endowment funds. So you wouldn't see revenue to offset that. You would just see use of fund balance.
So we don't have any commitments, Rochelle, then, as far as the 2 or 3 year commitments, like you would have in some of the other businesses, where somebody makes a commitment, say, yeah, I'll do this for 3 or 4 years or 1 year or whatever. We don't have
Correct.
that?
We don't have any
Okay.
long-term commitments. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Counselor Allgood?
Couple things. You talked about this footprint of the library hadn't increased since the 70s.
Mhm.
Are you advocating for a larger building, like adding to that one, or what is your thoughts there?
Yes, so actually, interestingly enough, I have a meeting next week with Cushing Terrell, and they've done a facility assessment on our building. So I'm hopeful that that will bring back some good feedback on, just the feasibility, what that would look like, adding to the existing facility. So that is an option. Also, potentially having an additional branch or several additional branches, that could be an option as well. So I think the facility assessment will help guide that, but I would also like to, as part of our next strategic plan, gather public input for what, expectations or requests or things of that nature, may look like before we move forward with putting that together, if that answers your question. but-
I'm just curious what direction you had in mind. You got a couple so far that,
Mhm.
yeah. And then the second one I had is, 74,000 for a youth services assistant.
Mhm.
Where do they land on the class? This seems like a lot of money to me. Where do they land on the classification scale? How
I
are they
bel-
classified compared to other employees?
I believe with the 74,000, that includes the cost to the city, so that includes benefits as well. So I believe it is a level 3. I think it's a level 3 that it's budgeted at. And there's a variation obviously there, but that's, the 74,000 is the number.
So you have to remember, in the position cost, there's about $21,000 in health insurance.
Yeah.
'Cause we automatically budget the highest amount. We don't know what people are gonna choose, if it's employee only or family, so we're gonna choose to budget for that family amount, even if they're not until they're hired, and then it could be less.
Okay,
But
okay. And
that's
so
the cost.
a level 3, I understand what you're saying, the classifications. Kind of who falls into those levels? What, could you, off the top of your head, what,
Yeah, let me get that, I can
It's
pull
one
it
of the
up.
lower ones, I know.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, and I just, it's
Oh.
$19.33 an hour, which is $40,000 in wages, so the rest is all just the benefits package.
yeah.
Mhm.
I was just curious where that
Mhm.
fell. That's not a supervisory position or anything
No.
like that.
Mm-mm.
any other questions? Okay, awesome. Thank you so much, Lacey. Appreciate it.
Oh, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, our Parks Department. Double that these days.
Okay, and we're gonna see if I can do this, without the glasses, but, I may need to slip them on here and there, because I can see far away things great, but I can't see up close anymore. So, anyway, we're gonna go ahead and, get started. So this is the FY 25 budget proposal for Parks and Recreation, Golf, the Caldwell Event Center, and Facilities. Those are all departments that are under me as the Parks and Recreation Director. So first, I just wanted to kind of highlight some of the accomplishments we've had in FY 24. Some of those being the administrative things that I have been able to look at that haven't been looked at in the past much with the parks. A Parks Master Plan, a formation of a Parks and Recreation Commission to kind of help us steer once we get that plan. Implementation of an online facilities request form, which is something that I'm working through right now with the contractor that we hired last financial year. And that will allow us to streamline our maintenance and repair, as well as keep records of what it is that we do, so we can kind of see where there are problem spots. We've restructured the Parks Department to reward experience and longevity of the staff. In the past, all parks employees were hired at the same level, the same pay, which made absolutely no sense, because you might have someone coming in completely green, and then someone who has 10 or 12 years of experience, and they were at the same level. We've made significant progress in bringing the Parks Department back into compliance with federal grants guidelines. That is something that happened long before I, or probably any of you, were here. A tennis court was converted into a parking lot by the school district without the city's knowledge, and that put us out of compliance as a Parks Department with the federal grant guidelines. And so that has been a really big process, and I'm hopefully this year nearing the end of it. There's a lot of, as I'm sure most of you know, a lot of red tape involved with federal grants. And so that's something I'd like to see, because in the past, we have literally left millions of dollars on the table every year that we could receive as a Parks Department in grant funding. We've purchased 3 new vehicles and various pieces of equipment that were desperately needed, because there hadn't been anyone to steward the Parks Department. In particular, in the past, a lot of our equipment was way past end of life. We purchased a city Christmas tree for the Winter Wonderland display, which I think will be a really nice addition. I've had several people ask, why don't you have a Christmas tree with this great Christmas lights display? We hired a sports coordinator supervisor, an additional sports coordinator, which has really improved our ability to serve the community. In the past, we had Denise, our recreation superintendent, and a sports coordinator trying to handle everything. A couple of years ago, they added a maintenance person, but that was still very inadequate, and this has helped a lot to have the additional hands on deck. We also hired an additional maintenance worker at Canyon Hill Cemetery, which has helped with the budget because the person that they'd had in there had been there for about a year and a half as a temporary employee, which costs more than it does for us to hire and have someone on the city payroll. We're working on the rehab of the city pool, as you well know, and a new bathhouse design has begun. We're installing a pump track at the Caldwell BMX Park. We finished the pickleball courts at Luby. We're installing lighting at the Luby pickleball courts and the Gals Quad. And we are there was the installation of autonomous mowers at Fairview Golf Course, which has eliminated the need for humans to mow. They do the entire course. We repaired the access road into Curtis Park, which had some pretty major problems. The culvert that was installed underneath the road where the canal is wasn't properly installed, and so it had been failing. They'd known that it was failing for years and years. It had separated and there was water running under the road. So we were able to fund that, but the canal district actually did the repairs for that. And we had some culvert that we needed, so it didn't cost us much. It was very minimal. We've done improvements to the Sisters Park frontage, which that was put in at the end of last year, last fall. That project was completed, and we've done the improvements there. And then collaborated with the College of Idaho to install new turf at Simplot and Wolf Fields, which is something that is currently underway. So my next slide, the first thing that I wanted to do, I think one thing that is commonly overlooked is how important parks and recreation are to the community, to a healthy, thriving community, to draw people into the community. I didn't bring the numbers, but it is shown that if you have good, healthy recreational opportunities, it will reduce the number of kids that are on the street causing problems. We've had a huge uptick in our graffiti this year, and I've wondered if perhaps if we had more things for them to do than go out and spray paint everything they can see, if that would really help with that. It would help with the gangs. I had a letter I wanted to read. This is from a citizen, and I actually just received this yesterday, and I thought that she did a really good job of, and I've given each of you a copy of the email. She said, we moved into Caldwell several years ago and have noticed that some of the parks within the city of Caldwell need upgrading. Also, more parks need to be added that are at the same caliber as the parks of Nampa and Meridian. There are hundreds of homes that have been built and that are being built, so money shouldn't be an issue, and that's arguable. There are just so many new homes on the east side of I-84, but no new parks are being added. There's a newer park in South Caldwell, but that's far from us living in the northeast part of Caldwell. Take, for instance, Settlers Park. That's in Meridian. That park has 58 acres, a pond, baseball fields, pickleball courts, a splash pad, a huge playground, cornhole, lots of open fields for soccer and whatever sports need large grass fields and concession stands in the summer. If Caldwell just keeps building homes and not investing in the community with nice parks for now and the future generations, less and less people will call Caldwell home and will move to other cities where people do care. Also, I believe every housing and apartment development should have at least some green area set aside. And the reason she wrote this, she said in her closing, I did miss the last meeting about suggestions from the community regarding what Caldwell should get, and these are my suggestions. And the reason that I read that prior to going over what I have on the screen here, these are the top recommendations from the citizens from our comprehensive plan upgrade of what they would like to see in the city. And as you can see, many of these, the majority of them, have to do with parks, recreation, outdoor space, pathways, those type of opportunities. And this is something that's extremely important to the citizens of Caldwell, as you can see from this, and it's something that I hear about regularly. It's something that is very frustrating to the citizens, that the parks haven't been stewarded well, that we don't have the connectivity and the open space, as well as the staffing that is needed to keep these things in nice condition and add what we need to add as our population grows. So how can we meet these expectations that our citizens have? That would be through personnel, updates to our playgrounds, updated equipment so we can do our jobs better, creation of new parks, and then, one of the things I'm also asking for from impact fees is lighting at the Griffith parking lot, as that's a public safety issue. So I just, I have so many people that are kind of under me that I wasn't able to create one org chart. So I just did it. This is like for our Parks and Recreation Department. This is the org chart. As you can see, I am at the top. And I have put the new positions that we're asking for in yellow, just so they stuck out and they were easy for you guys to see. And then our current ones, the green is Parks, and the pink is for our Recreation Department. So our first one, personnel needs. The infographic that you see, it's also included in your, the budget proposal book that I gave you. So the population of Caldwell in 2024 is 71,200 people. It's estimated to be that by the end of the year. We currently have 21 full-time employees, which means that we have 2.9 employees per 10,000 citizens, and 33% of these employees are dedicated to operations and maintenance. To meet industry standards, the city of Caldwell would need 62 full-time employees, and this is taken from other cities around the country and what they're doing with their Parks Department. We're not asking for that, as I know that would be just too much. As you can see on the infographic, the typical city has 8.9 employees per 10,000 residents and 46% of their staff dedicated to operations and maintenance. We are requesting this year 2 additional parks maintenance workers and 1 additional administrative position, and that one will actually be cut or funded from a cut made to our labor services. That was a line that was typically not fully utilized. I'm not sure why there was so much in there. It predated me. But we're cutting that and moving it from our personnel or from our operating expenses into personnel. So that one is funded and will be accounted for. Another reason that we need more personnel is Parks is taking on Winter Wonderland. As you all know, the Winter Wonderland is Caldwell's premier event and a huge economic driver for the city. In 2024, Parks will be fully taking this over from the Streets Department, which is much, much larger. We have 10 full-time employees, and they have about 21. And they are able to pull off 4 to 6 employees beginning in September to do this, and we just don't have that. As the fall is very busy for Parks, we have through about mid-October all of our regular maintenance that we have to do, fall cleanups we have to do, and about 100 sprinkler systems around the city that we have to blow out every fall. So that's a really big ask. And then additional staff are needed to maintain the level of service in both our parks and our Winter Wonderland. Basically, and you'll see this in your budget book, with the staffing that we have 2 choices. We can either reduce our level of service, which means that Winter Wonderland won't be nearly as nice, and our parks will continue to not be well kept, which is one of the complaints that we've had from citizens to a large extent. Or we can contract out. I've put the numbers in my budget presentation there of what it would cost to hire contractors to do some of our lawn maintenance, our grass maintenance, and what it would cost to hire contractors to take on parts of Winter Wonderland, because we are not able to handle the entire thing. I don't want to see our level of service go down, so we basically have 2 choices there of either adding more staff to our department or hiring contractors for that. And as I said, I've put all of that in the budget book, a little further information for you on that. Our next item that we really desperately need are updated playgrounds. One of the things that just really tugged at my heart is a mom called me to report their 4-year-old daughter was playing on the tire swing at Luby Park. The swing broke, collapsed, and fell on top of her. She wasn't seriously injured, but as her mom says, her little body is sore. That's a 4-year-old. And that happened because our parks are in such horrible condition, our playgrounds. They are 50-plus years old. They're an absolute embarrassment to the city, in my opinion, in a couple of these older parks. They're broken structures. They have metal slides that will burn the kids if they try and go down them. I'm sure a lot of you remember that. I remember that from my childhood. They've much improved the materials that go into playgrounds now. We are having to use materials like JB Weld to glue these metal slides that are failing back together. We have broken swings all over. I actually have, if anyone wants to see it in my bag, some chains that someone brought to me in the swing. Some of the swings at Memorial Park that are very near failing because they're so old. And the kids at Caldwell deserve better than this. They deserve places that they can go play. Play is so important for their growth and development of their brains. And I have put on there a couple of the concepts that I've received. These are great because these playgrounds are not only upgraded and offer a better opportunity for the kids, but they're also inclusive. What we have currently is not inclusive in any way. They're not ADA accessible, which they're grandfathered in, but that can cause issues and frustration among the community. So that is the playgrounds. The next thing is updated equipment. We're only asking for 2 items of equipment this year. So our recreation department has 19 ball fields that have to be drug, which means they drag like a rake type thing over them with chains, with specialized equipment to provide a safe, level surface for the players. This is a daily task on the fields during the baseball and softball season, which encompasses several months of the year. We currently have 2 field groomers, and one is over 15 years old. It is literally falling apart and breaks down frequently on us. And a new groomer would vastly improve the efficiency and user experience, and the cost on that is $38,000, and this is from the capital fund. And the other piece of equipment are large deck mowers. These are huge mowers that have these wings that fold up, and then they fold down, and they have a wingspan of about 16 feet. And they're used, most of our parks, interchanges, all of these areas have huge acres and acres of grassy areas. And that is the only really efficient way to mow them is with these large area mowers. Our current mowers are over 10 years old, and they are ones that are no longer manufactured. So when they break down, which we currently have one that's broken down, it makes the repairs difficult or impossible. The next closest thing that we have currently is a mower that has about a 4-foot deck. So you can imagine how much longer that takes. And if you think of the cost for employees, the loss of efficiency, and we just simply can't do it a lot of times. So the equipment that we currently have is not adequate to perform our mission, which is great parks for the citizens of Caldwell. We are requesting 2 of those this year, and that will be at a cost of around $300,000. They're about $150,000 each. The next thing I'm going to go over is impact fees. So Parks does receive impact fees. They haven't been heavily utilized, so we have quite a balance in our impact fee budget. I'm not sure, Raylyn told me at one point, I'm not sure exactly how much we have, but I've discussed all these proposals with her, so we're right in line, and I'm on board with that. So an impact fee, most of you probably know, but I thought I would just review it because I didn't understand it until I was a planner that had to work on a project to implement impact fees. So it's a one-time payment imposed by a local government on a property developer. It's meant to offset the financial impact of new development. And they have a real impact on public infrastructure. That includes roads, schools, parks, recreation, water and sewage, and many other services. The amount is based on the size of the new development. So in Caldwell, you get like a per door. Most of them are done that way, impact fee charge. And then that money is put into an account. In Caldwell, it can be used for parks, police, or fire. And we all receive a certain amount of that impact fee funding. So for impact fee proposals, the requests that I have, first off is projects must be listed on the capital improvement plan in order to use impact fees. We have one from 2020 that I would be happy to share with you if you would like. So there is a park on Lincoln Road, a mini park that did not specify the location, but by building a mini park in this location, that is the final thing that will bring us back into compliance for federal grant funding, which would have a huge impact on us as far as being able to get grants in the future. And then, of course, the lighting at Griffiths Park and Wolf Field, and that's more of a public safety issue. So the first one is the Lincoln Road Park. It would be put on a city-owned parcel that I outlined there in blue. The parcel sits between Van Buren Elementary School and Mosaics Charter School. And I kind of zoomed this out a little bit so you guys can see this area is just exploding with subdivisions and growth, and there are no parks at all currently in that area. And this is something that's included in the capital improvement plan. The cost impact of that would be approximately $3.5 million. We are not asking for everything that's in the capital improvement plan because when it was developed was prior to 2020, and as everyone knows, the cost of construction has skyrocketed. And so we've asked for considerably more for these projects than was originally budgeted, and decided to just do, these three if they're approved. The next one is the mini park. The cost impact of that would be around $600,000. There is a parcel, adjacent to Fire Station 3 that is city-owned land, so we already own the land. The Parks Department would need to purchase it from the Fire Department, which I've talked to Chief Frawley about, and he's very open to that, to helping us out, because it's currently not being used for anything. This would bring our Parks and Recreation Department into compliance for federal grants. It is also an area that needs a new park. It is somewhat close to Pipe Dream Park, which will be losing its playground equipment as the pump track goes in, and this will allow us to keep the level of service and have playground equipment available to the people in that area. And it is also in the capital improvement plan. And then lighting at Griffith Park and Wolf Field. So the parking lots in this park were installed without lighting. I'm not entirely sure. Again, it's something that greatly predates me. This creates really serious safety issues when events occur after dark. I think in the past it was something that wasn't such an issue, but now it is used by Wolf Field, it's used by the Caldwell Event Center, the Canyon County Fair, the center. Like, that parking lot is being utilized more and more. I'm amazed when I drive by it every day how many people park there for various events. And so this is something that needs to be looked at to protect public safety. There have been quite a few near misses. I get to hear about all of the fun complaints we get about that kind of thing, of people, because it was just so dark. They couldn't see people, and people, of course, aren't looking where they're going. And but this is also included in the community improvement plan with a cost impact of about $600,000. And then the cemetery, we are not this year requesting anything for the cemetery, any capital projects or new employees. We got a new employee last year, and we are in the process of getting bids to install new niche walls because they were just about out of space for those. This has caused a significant drop in our expenses this year due to that. In future years, we will include requests for expansion of some of the land that we own that needs to be developed for plots. We still have about 3,000 left, so we're not like desperate, but we are getting to the point that we're going to need to start thinking about that, because it will be a several-year project with what needs to be done up there. And we've also talked about the potential for the development of a memorial arboretum. We have so many people who want to put memorials up there for their family, and I completely understand that. I think it's wonderful. And we thought it might be nice to have a space where they can plant a tree in honor of their family, they can put benches, all these types of things that end up just kind of being spread around the cemetery, to have an area that's a nice memorial area for that. But that's, as I said, in the future. Our next department is the golf department. So this is the org chart for the golf department.
I'm going to go through the whole thing before I ask questions about.
Yeah, at the end did you want to stop at each section for questions?
That's my question
Sure.
for the mayor.
Yeah, we can do that.
That would be great. Okay.
Just, it's a lot of information.
I know
and
it is.
I appreciate it. And I mean,
Tell me about it.
which one of us wouldn't be in favor of parks? I've got two questions so far that have come up, but
Okay.
the first is real recent, because you're talking about Griffiths Park, and it seems to me that there's some other discussions going on in the city about Griffiths Park right now that would include a development out there that I know isn't approved, but do we really want to spend $600,000 if there's a possibility that Griffiths Park is going away?
Well, that is a good question. That's something that I considered. But as with everything, we don't know if it's going to be approved, and if it is approved, it could take years to complete. And if we do have an issue in the meantime where someone is struck by a car, that could cause some really big liability issues for the city.
I hear exactly what you're saying, but it just seems unusual for us to be approving multiple things on the same, or at least considering multiple things on the same property. And then going back to impact fees, can impact fees be used for equipment for parks, similar to impact fees for fire, let's say?
Yes, so one of the mowers that Julie requested is coming from impact fees, and the other one is coming from the capital fund. And with impact fees, you have to be careful because it has to be in addition to the fleet, not just a replacement. And so when I talked to Julie, one is a replacement and one is an addition.
Understood.
Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Thank you. Those two questions at that point.
I had a couple of questions. I just wanted some clarification before, excuse me, before we go on. In the beginning of your presentation, did you say that the Parks Department leaves millions of dollars on the table?
In grant funding,
In
we're
grant funding?
currently ineligible for federal grants.
Okay.
Yes,
So
because of what had happened. There's something called the Land and Wildlife Conservation Fund, and it has really tight regulations as far as what you can do and still be eligible. The city was taken out of eligibility a long time ago, and I've been working to get everything in line so that we can create a new, small, open, green space park that would bring us back into eligibility.
I missed that. I thought you meant you were just had millions of dollars left over in
Oh,
your budget.
God,
And I
I
was like,
wish.
great. Because I was, of course, then thinking like, okay, so what about the pool? On those capital improvement impact fees, can that be used to the pool or?
It, to a certain extent, I'll let Raylene expound upon that a little bit.
So for the pool itself was not approved as a part of the impact fees. The bathhouse, a portion of that is going to be paid out of impact fees, but not the entire amount.
Okay.
And that is budgeted currently in fiscal year 24. However, that contract does not get done. You will see it added to fiscal year 25.
Okay.
The other thing that Julie didn't speak of with personnel requests is that there, in the email that I sent out of all the FTPs that were requested, there's pool personnel, part-time pool personnel included in the request as well.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. I forgot about that.
And then I guess I had the same question as Councilor Williams about investing in the cost of the lighting if we don't know what's happening with the amphitheater.
Mm-hmm.
Or could we do something on a lesser scale to make it safe and instead of investing a bunch of money and possibly tearing it out or whatever's going to happen with that.
Right. And I think that would be if we could find a way to do that. I haven't been involved at all with the amphitheater project, so I don't really know where that is or what the future of it is. I'm just kind of going from what I know.
Well, I don't think anybody knows yet, but I'm just wondering if there would be a way to lessen the cost to make it safe, just in case that happens. But
Yeah.
and then maybe if it doesn't, then in a couple of years from now we up it, increase it. But
Good
I'm
suggestion.
curious, why are you guys taking over Winter Wonderland?
It was requested that we do, because they felt that it was more appropriate to
Are
be
you
under
still
parks.
having the staff help from the street department though, like with the lights and all that kind of stuff?
We will next year. I'm not sure what the future is. I hope that they will. This year we trained with them. This past year, for Winter Wonderland 23, we trained with them. And then this year they're going to be helping us. I would imagine that they will in the future. They're really good about that, but there's not a guarantee.
Well, so just so I get this straight, exactly how many employees do you have at the Parks Department that would put up lights?
Well, we have a total of 10 full-time employees, and
And does that include you?
no, this is my maintenance workers.
Okay.
But I
And
will
then-
be out there putting up lights if I have to.
Well, no, I know. Okay. Then for the street department, any idea how many people they have that put up lights?
They typically have, for the people that would put up lights, so Streets pulls 4 to 6 people most of the time to do lights from September on.
4 to 6 or 46?
4 to 6.
Okay.
And they have a staff of 21.
Okay. So they have 4 to 6 people at any time putting up lights between September and December.
Correct.
So they could alternate it or
Correct.
whatever.
Yes.
And then you have 10 maintenance people that you would have to use to put up lights plus continue the regular maintenance.
Correct. And we are slammed really hard in the fall. So we really do need, I'm happy to take it on. I'm proud that our department can take it on and do that for the city, but there are challenges.
Maybe the question's back to the city. Is there a reason why we took this away from the street department to put it onto parks without some kind of guarantee that the streets would help with lights and things like that?
Yeah, so my understanding was that was the intent when it was originally started, was to transfer over, and it never happened. It is, obviously more of a park deal. I mean, it's throughout the entire community, but the street department has numerous projects as well that they need to complete in the fall and even going into the winter. And so, they were not able to do a lot of those projects. And so trying to transition that over to the Parks and Recreation Department, where it feels like it's a better fit in there. Street Department still is available. I know that they've been working together this last year, and the plan is to continue to do that as they train them and teach them how to do that and put that up. But moving it into where it was better housed with the Parks and Recreation.
I think it makes sense, but what I'm worried about now is if she doesn't have the staff, then are we gonna be looking at having the budget to hire people to put up lights as opposed to what we were doing before with the street department? Or is there going to be some kind of plan where maybe 2 people from the street department help with your staff, or you pull 2 people from another department? I don't know where, but you know, is there a way to be able to help them so they're not overwhelmed, because they have their own projects too? Like, I'm just confused how this
Yeah,
is
and this
gonna
is
work
something that
without
we're working
some kind
through,
of help.
and as we go
Mhm.
through it, you know, that we'll be meeting and discussing it, and, you know, August is incredible at the street department on that, and so it's a process we're working through. We're not just dumping this onto this Parks and Rec saying it's yours, we're out, the streets isn't gonna
Right.
help anymore. It's been a mutually working together project of trying to transition it over and working through that process on that. So, but again, it's better housed in the Parks and Recreation Department than in the
I
street.
just don't wanna see the changes be made and then have another cost to the city to have to hire people to put up lights, that's all.
Yeah, that will not be happening, that's not the
Yeah.
plan.
And then, so this is gonna be a really weird question, but since it came up on the council budget that we're paying for the porta potties for the 4th of July, event, like, is that not a parks?
I really, honestly, until this year, the parks was not involved at all, and I've
Yeah,
just
that-
been involved in the meetings, and none of the
Okay.
funding comes from my department.
Okay, then I'm not gonna worry about that.
Yeah.
The only other thing I was gonna say, and this could probably come at the end, but since we're finishing this part up, when we first came on council, I had suggested, probably not to you, I don't think you were in this
No.
position, about the park over by the dog park. Well, I'd love to see the
Wittenberger.
dog park. Is that under you too, the dog park?
Mhm.
Yeah, I'd love to, I mean, I don't wanna go spend money we don't have, but I would love to see some improvements to the dog park. We've been out there a couple of times, and it's just not very
Well, and I will
exciting.
reiterate, we are doing the best we can
I'm
with
not
the resources we
criticizing you,
have.
I'm just
Yeah.
throwing things out there.
Yeah.
Everybody gets a wish list, so I'm just telling you, I would love
Mhm.
to see improvements to those kinds of things too.
So would I.
Yeah, but, the other thing, I had suggested, whatever, 2 years ago, was there's a trail over there by the creek,
Mhm.
or the river, I
The
guess it
river,
is.
yes, there's a green belt,
Yep.
yeah.
I thought it would be really fun if they had, looked into what the cost would be to have like stations there where you stop and do a activity, whatever
Mhm.
it is. And I think I had talked to, the mayor and, Mr. Jenkins about it, and they said they had kind of been looking at something like that, but then I hadn't heard anything about it in a couple of years. So just to keep those kinds of things in mind if you ever get any grants, not
Yeah.
necessarily at the cost of the city, but if grants come in, those would be kind of fun things, so I'll
Yeah,
stop talking now.
good suggestion.
Is the greenbelt impassable this time of year though, under the
Typically, I'm
interstate
not
and-
sure, I can't state as of today, but typically it is,
Just out there, it's open.
yeah.
Yeah,
Usually-
there was a week or two where it was underwater, but it's open again now.
Yeah, yeah, it's usually not for a real long period that it's impassable, and it's hard, we can't really do anything in that area because the bridge there is so low that if we were to dig it down, we just flood more, but we can't raise it up, so,
We can't raise that bridge?
yeah. Do we have any other questions about Parks and
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Recreation?
I would just, I don't know if your responsibility or Steve's, but I would sure encourage that, Julie be included in the Griffith Park, development, because my goodness, 600,000 is a lot of money, and we sure don't need to make some commitments ahead of time and have to pay somebody for getting them out of
Mhm.
again, so.
And that is improving, we've been talking about that, so Steve's been great.
Councilor Denver?
Mr. Mayor, I have a couple comments and then maybe a question for Ray Lynn if I ever remember what the question is when I get to that point. But I think with regards to the conversation with regards to Winter Wonderland being under the Streets Department and under the Parks Department. And if I'm not mistaken, maybe our city historian, Debbie Geyer, can probably, correct us on this. But the Winter Wonderland, I think if I'm not mistaken, started as an accident at the Street Department. They were using their downtime during the winter, creating lights.
That's what I've heard too.
And then the next thing you know, they owned it.
Yeah.
And the next thing you know, they were out of their experience because it was really a park, but the street department kind of owned it because they started it. And so I think this transition to the Parks Department has been trying to happen for many years.
Yes.
So it's not the first that
Very
we've heard of
appropriate.
that we've heard of this. And Winter Wonderland is a key component of our city. A key draw, and probably was the impetus for much of the development that's happened in downtown. So whatever we need to do to give the Parks Department, I'm in favor of giving the Parks Department the staff they need to adequately help get Winter Wonderland set up. Because I also know some other things from my other job that I do full-time. I have been asked in years past to help with Winter Wonderland. And I know that you guys need help, so I'm all in favor of giving you the help that you need. The other thing is if, and Raylan, this is my question, if the street department uses that, then we're now into allocation of time calculation, is that correct?
So, yes. Yeah. The street department does allocate their time. They're all task coded based off of what comes up on the street report, as you know, that we publish every year. And so we do have to be very careful on like how much we use the street department because of their funding sources, because some of those funding sources have to be very much used on highway and bridges and not.
That's correct. So that's what I'm saying. So if the street department does stuff for parks, it's got to be allocated to parks, but we got to be careful. So we should probably put it there entirely and just make it
Yes.
belong where it belongs.
That would be appropriate, yeah. And we are really excited to take this on. I just don't want to let the city down is probably my biggest priority because I know how important this is. And I want to see it just continue to improve and us be able to offer that service to our citizens and all the people that come from outside the city too.
Any other questions? Yes, Councilor Ogden.
So how much, I'm looking at the parks request.
Mm-hmm.
How much in impact fees does the Parks Department have now roughly?
Raylan could probably speak to that. I know we've discussed it, but I can't remember exactly.
When I checked the cash balance, they had over $7 million available. So they have a pretty significant sum of cash balance that we definitely want to use on the CIP if we can. I will just note with the Griffith Park lighting, only 46% of that cost would actually come from impact fees. The other portion would have to come from like the capital fund.
But, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
The two proposed parks, Lincoln Road Park and the mini park, those, according to this sheet, they look like they're potentially funded 100%, and we have the funds to do that?
Yes.
Okay. And then you mentioned in here a couple of times that we get back into compliance with federal standards, then we would have the ability to get some, can you tell us about what kind of funds we might be looking at or what projects the government funds?
They provide funding for improvements to parks, for things like pathways. There's a lot of grants for pathways. For purchasing and developing additional parks land is a possibility for federal grants. They provide that type of grant, as well as things, for example, the playground upgrades that we've needed is something that could have been funded through a grant. The pool improvements, at least partially, could have been funded through a grant. So there are a wide variety of opportunities.
So if we can get these proposed parks in the process, then we could qualify for more of those things that you just mentioned?
Correct, yes. Yeah, and the mini park is really the crux of that, because it wasn't a particularly large area that was taken out of public service. So that would bring us, just with the mini park, back into compliance. And we've been looking at that since I started this process of trying to get us back into compliance.
will just say, it is only with one federal funding source that we are out of compliance. It's with the national parks. And so, for example, we just got notified through Department of Lands that we did get a grant for parks for, I believe, some trees or something.
Yeah, and we can do some, but yeah, the majority of them come from the National Park Service.
Yeah, but we just cannot apply, we're out of compliance with National Park Services, so we cannot apply for any through the National Park Service at all.
But doing this mini park will open those opportunities?
Correct.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
Okay,
Go ahead.
we'll move on. I'm trying to keep it speedy because we got a lot to talk about. Okay, so our next one is our golf department. Again, I'm the director over this. We are proposing one new position, which is a golf manager. This position would really help a lot. Probably one of the biggest issues that we've had with golf is just, and I don't want to call it an issue, but it's just difficult to stay in touch with them as, you know, they're going about their day and I'm going about my day because they are so remote from where I am, and it would help enormously as far as both personnel and financial management to have a golf manager that is their focus. That's all they do is look at the golf courses and how we can make them better. That being said, though, we have had an enormous increase in our golf fund revenue since 2018. It's gone from, let me look here, I can't see that far away. But in 2018, it was around 880,000, and we're projected this year, if we continue on the trends as of May, to have over $2 million in revenue. So there have been enormous improvements made for that. And it has really helped too that the staff at golf is just wonderful, and they're dedicated to making it much more playable out there, and just the overall quality of the experience has improved enormously. The installation of the autonomous mowers at Fairview and Purple Sage has really improved the quality as well and cut down on the number of employees that we need. So that's been a huge benefit to us. So for this year, as far as our request that we have is to upgrade the GPS system for the autonomous mowers at Purple Sage. And that's about $9,800. And that allows the mowers to cut more of the course, which will reduce the need for human maintenance on that. We have cart paths, so holes 1 through 8 were repaved a few years ago, and holes 9 through 18 have not been repaved. I was out there with the mayor at one point, and it is really bumpy. And it just really takes away from the overall experience out there, and a lot of people are pretty unhappy about that. So that's something I've put in here. It has been budgeted for the last couple of years, but either the streets department didn't have the time to do it, or it had to be taken for other needs. And then the addition of a golf manager to improve the oversight and efficiency at the golf courses. And again, that amount of $147,000 includes all of the benefits that are paid by the city. That's not just the wage. So the position will greatly improve the accountability of the employees at both of the golf courses, and it will also really, I think, benefit course operations as they can be carefully evaluated and improved when they just have that one focus. And that's going to lead to the potential for higher profits and reduced expenses. So I'll pause there if anybody has any questions about the golf course.
Councilor Doty?
And I'm on the, though I haven't attended a meeting yet, because I don't think there's been one, or maybe one, and since the mayor has appointed me to that. But several things I want to go over here. So the golf courses are stores, so to speak, that we have in the city, meaning they go through a lot of inventory and product, right? I know that we have concession stands here and there. I'm talking about something that looks like a store where you walk in and you actually buy product. Do you know the last time we did any type of inventory? And I'm going to point out that it looks like the pro shop revenue has gone down 5%, but have we done an inventory for the product coming in to the product going out for, quite honestly, theft? Are we checking that to see, are we just, if golf balls run out, are we just adding more golf balls, or is someone making sure that we're selling, if we order a dozen golf balls, are we selling a dozen golf balls.
And these are the things that would be the benefit of having a golf manager to really get in depth
I
on
got
that.
some issues with that too, which we'll get to here in a second.
We do a monthly count, and then I do a yearly count that we send to the city of any loss or overage that we have. But we do a monthly count on inventory.
What's the loss? I haven't seen that report. What does the loss look like? How much is being?
Well, last year we had theft because we had all of our drivers stolen at Purple Sage, so we had right around 10,000 in loss from the theft from that.
Okay, so is there something we need to be looking at there? Maybe it's in the golf budget is quite large. Are we looking at putting cameras because clearly a camera would help?
Well, we have cameras up and they didn't catch. It's a suspect that hit other golf courses as well, and they have not been able to catch them. But we do have cameras up.
So you do have the footage of who
Yep.
stole those?
Yep.
Okay, well, great. That's good news. I just want to make sure that because it is so accessible, and as we all know, golf supplies are not cheap.
I watched the whole incident on, it was 45 seconds.
Okay, perfect. And then, it looks like golf fees are going up in almost every category, is that correct? Looks like green fees up 14%, daily trail fees up 37%.
Yeah, and that's something that Raylan can speak to.
Okay.
She works on that, with our input.
I actually got these revenue estimates from Brett.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so
Okay.
these are not my estimates.
Just have a seat right there.
I mean, as far as the fees going for next year, I have not been a part of, so I have no idea.
Adjusted the fees for next year. These are just revenue estimates that Brett sent me when I asked for them. So I'm assuming these are based off
Okay.
current fees?
Yeah, these are based on current fees of what we're doing right now.
All right, that's good to know. Thank you. And also my issue with, the, I guess it'd be a manager, right? Is
Yes.
so, and we've talked about this before, but has the schedule been adjusted yet? Where, I guess it'd be Brett would be down at Fairview at all? Has the
Yes.
schedule been established there, and has it been posted at Fairview as to when he's gonna be there?
Yeah, he's there on Tuesdays.
Tuesdays, do you have the time he's there on
What were the
Tuesdays?
hours again? 6 to 12.
Okay, perfect. And then, without getting into too many personnel issues, clearly, my issue with doing a manager is that the individual that we signed a pre-employment document with that would achieve to be the golf pro we still haven't got an update as to what was being done or what was worked on there. And here we want to add a manager that, my understanding, we don't know who that is yet, because I'm guessing that would be open, right, for if that were to be approved. But would there be a change there, since if the manager happens to be a golf pro and our golf pro isn't a golf pro, would there be a change in those positions there?
A change as far as a golf pro and an assistant golf pro.
Yeah, so if you sign a document saying I'm gonna be a golf pro and I'm gonna get this done by this amount of time and no progress has been made towards that, and a golf pro comes in for the manager's position, why would we pay a golf pro that isn't a golf pro and keep a golf pro that is or is becoming one in a manager's position?
So that the manager could focus on the management of the golf course and not assisting players.
Right, but if
Mhm.
the manager, if the golf pro isn't a pro and the manager is a pro, shouldn't the pro be assisting the players and not the manager?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah, there's a difference, a breakdown that needs to change there, because we have a golf pro that is expected to do the job of the golf manager and a golf pro. And that's not
Okay,
not
but
effective.
our golf person that we hired to be our golf pro is not,
But that's, I think,
correct?
I don't know the history of this. As I've said, it predates me enormously. That is the title of the position, and I believe that it has evolved over time to be a much larger focus on the management of the course.
Yeah, so that's my frustration with that position, and so, I guess I just wanted that on the record for you, so when it comes time to vote for that, so thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah, and we've obviously worked through that and
Yes.
discussed that and come to a conclusion on that with the staff
Yes,
in that regards.
thank you. Yeah, any other questions for golf?
I have a question.
Yes.
Are the fees to the public going up?
Not.
Okay.
Yeah, correct. That's my understanding. They're not.
I thought we haven't discussed it.
Currently, we haven't, I mean,
Yeah,
in
I
the
didn't see any
discussions that
increases.
we have not as
Okay.
long as the revenue stays on track, then that's not the plan.
Okay, yeah, I didn't see any increases this year, so, yeah.
Yeah, unless there's a significant drop or we see a reduction that we need to increase fees, then, or if expenses become too much, then that's where we would increase fees.
But there's nothing being proposed in this budget to
Correct.
Not that I'm
to raise
seeing.
fees to the public, so that's,
Correct.
that's good.
Mr. Stoddard, you have a question?
I'm still not clear on the golf pro. You got, under your organization chart, you got Mr. Williams as a golf pro and, Braxton Miller as a
Right.
golf pro, so
Assistant golf pro. Did I not put the assistant in there?
one or the other not a golf pro, or?
Braxton is in training, essentially, to take over that position eventually.
Okay, and Brent is a golf pro or not a golf pro? I mean, does he have a card, do you have your card, or? I do not have my PGA card. So are we paying both these folks golf pro salaries and they shouldn't be getting them, or?
No,
Okay.
yeah, the assistant golf pro gets considerably less.
Okay. all
I
right.
have a question then on your question. So we have two golf pros that are not golf pros, right? Technically. I mean,
Technically.
like, okay.
Yeah.
So I think going back to what Counselor Doty was saying is that since they're not golf pros, they are doing the management position already. Is that kind of what you're saying?
The assistant
Okay.
golf pro doesn't really do anything management. He helps players. But I've worked with him. He's awesome.
Okay, and then so they're being paid wages, though, at a golf pro rate or whatever that is. But, shoot, I had this whole question based on what you just
And that would
said,
be
but-
something, I mean, to be looked at to see compared to like other courses. It's probably substantially lower than what's being paid out there if you were to look at those things. And I want to make sure we don't get too far out in the weeds, that we
Yes.
can focus on the budget at hand and the questions on that.
Well, I think it is kind of relatable to the budget, though, because depending on what the positions are that we're paying for. So I guess in saying that, if we're paying for two golf pro positions, but we don't actually have a golf pro, are we then already paying for a manager position, and do we need to add another one? That's, I think, the question at hand, since they're already doing that job and not the golf pro job.
Well, and what has happened is the person was hired as a golf pro, but the focus out of necessity has become more on management.
Okay. So it sounds like
Who
we
was
have a
hired as-
manager.
Who was hired as the golf pro?
Mr. Williams.
Yeah, and he's not, right?
So
Golf
he is,
pro.
he is the golf pro for the city of Caldwell. That is his title on that, regardless of the card or not that's
Yes.
out there. And like I said, we've dealt with that at a staff level, between myself and the Parks and Rec director and the golf staff.
I guess my other question is you said that, the assistant golf pro, somebody just said it, it was either, I think it was you, that the assistant golf pro was next in line for the actual golf pro position. So how does that work? Is that something that people have to interview for, like with that have their actual cards, or that he just moves into that spot?
The intention is that he will move into that spot of the golf pro when the current retires.
But do we open that up to the public, or
Yes.
is it a promotional type
Yeah.
thing?
It would need to be opened up to the public.
So if it's opened up to the public, then under the requirements for the golf pro, would it then say that they have to have their card, or would we be in another position where, like, the city would be paying somebody who either doesn't have a card or to get their card?
We would require the card.
Okay. So
The
if-
quality of our course and our golf program has improved vastly.
Right. So if the assistant golf pro does not have his card, but he's assumed to be taking over the position without a card, unless he gets a card, otherwise he wouldn't qualify
He is
under the...
working on that.
Okay.
But yes, that would be one of the requirements.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I think that, I guess to answer my own question then, it sounds to me like we have a golf manager already and somebody who's working towards becoming the pro. That is what it feels like.
Well, and I mean, there is some truth to that, but we could have a golf pro and an assistant and still have plenty of room to, there's work for that, I guess is what I'm saying.
Yeah, and there was some discussion, I know Ray Lynn and I had some not too long ago about, because we knew that some of these questions would come up, so
Mhm.
really sat down and said, okay, is this really a how needed is this position. It was determined, again, in discussions that we had to move forward with the proposal. And obviously, it's up to the council on that. And I do, again, want to make sure we focus on what's before us and not get onto too many different tangents. But discussions we had with Rayland was determined that we should still present this, again, for the council to decide, but it was important enough to bring it forward to the council.
So just some history and background, because actually finance is the one that recommended this to Julie and the golf department. It didn't actually come from them. And the reason that kind of what we see is that there's, even though Julie heads the department, there's really two supervisors. There's the superintendent, which is in care of the grounds, and then there's the golf pro that really is in charge of the shop and the golfers. And so what Matt, my budget and compensation analyst, he did research on all other municipal golf courses to see kind of how they deem it and how they kind of supervise it, and the golf manager is something that is regular on municipal golf courses. And so we looked at that, and within this reorganization with this position, what I did is took Julie's position out of the golf, because I know that was a complaint. So that allocation, Julie's position is now allocated just between Parks and Rec. It's not allocated to golf, which frees up some of that funding for this golf manager. So if we didn't have the golf manager, that part of Julie's position would need to go back into golf, but I just wanted to make that clear, so.
So if we don't have a golf manager, you're saying that part of her pay, meaning? So what else could we use? Like, if we don't have the golf manager position, can that money go somewhere else?
For Julie's, are you talking about Julie's allocation, for the Parks and Rec director
Well,
allocation?
yeah, I mean, however you have it, like, let's say the parks, or the golf manager is $50,000 or whatever, and we don't have that, where can we use that money elsewhere?
Well, that money, because it's based off fees, it would still stay, it would just not be appropriated, it would not be in the budget. But since the oversight of golf would still fall under Julie, I would redo her allocation to make sure percentage would be covered under golf, because she would still have more of a say with golf than.
So when it comes to the two golf pros, the golf pro and the assistant golf pro, are they being paid golf pro wages? Or
So the wage is based off the level and the position. So, what you're probably talking about is if we pay for when they do lessons. So that is only happening for one person. That doesn't happen for all of the golf pros. Whoever does the lesson gets a percentage of that on a monthly basis.
are they doing lessons?
There is lessons
without the
being
card?
sold and done, yes. And, the research done on other municipal golf courses, and I'm sure Brett could talk to this, but, there's different levels of golf pros, and so the higher up the golf pro, the more expensive the lesson.
So
So we're not charging as much for the lesson because our golf pro doesn't have that certification.
right. So when they get it, then are we required to pay them a higher salary?
There's a potential that the salary could increase, and obviously the cost of the lesson would increase because they have that certification, which means the golf pro would get more back in that compensation.
Do you have any idea how much his salary would increase once they get the card?
I don't know that off the top of my head.
So, because those are the things that also kind of concern me, is if we went with a golf manager position and then we allocated funds to that, and then they go out and get their cards, and then we have to pay more money, we're paying for something we're not expecting, right? So I think we need to be really careful about those kinds of things until those things are in place. That's all, kind of like, once it's done, then we know where we're at. But if we continue to build on things where we don't know where we're at the base, then how do we plan? That was sort of a rhetorical question. I
I have some more
appreciate it.
questions.
Do you have another question, Councilor
Yeah.
Shoddick?
Couple of them. First of all, how do we stand with our green fees compared to our competitors? Because in the past, when I was on the golf committee back in 2015, we were the El Cheapos by a long shot. and we finally raised the prices, and everybody thought everybody's gonna go someplace else. They didn't, but
No.
why aren't we, raising our prices?
So I know that in the spring we had this discussion, like, at least when Matt, there was a couple of discussions actually in the spring and then in January, that we are actually in line with a lot of other municipal golf courses, so we don't wanna raise our fees too much to not, because they still have to drive to Purple Sage, but we have a great golf course, and so we just, you know,
So we're in line with everybody else then,
I mean, we're not super low and we're not
okay,
above it either, so.
okay, good.
You know, if it was something that we were falling behind, then the recommended increase would come, but we look at those numbers and really, you know, 'cause our goal is, especially with golf, to make it sustainable and make it, you know, to where they can have enough fund balance to, purchase their capital assets and build, and so that's kind of the goal there, so we don't wanna overcharge, but we wanna make sure we have something that pays for itself.
Yeah, I just didn't want us to slip back into what we were before, which, you know, the city had to donate up to $250,000 just to keep the doggone thing going, so we don't wanna, so, okay, we're on top of that.
And Brett's done an amazing job of changing that and fixing
Yeah,
those problems.
that's good. Another item on major equipment, one of the problems we had in the past too was we had to borrow used equipment all the time to get our job done. And I noticed in the budget here, there's nothing budgeted at all under equipment, so why would that be?
Ken could probably speak to that better.
I would think we'd have to replace equipment about every year to stay up with what we need to get done.
Yeah, I wasn't in the final decision. We made proposals for equipment, but obviously the budget couldn't sustain
Oh,
for.
what was your, do you remember what the amount
Well, I
was?
proposed, it was like $150,000, I think,
Yeah,
for some mowers and mostly at Sage.
yeah, 'cause like I say, in the past, we had second and third hand mowers and that just didn't work, and that's why we got so far behind, so I would hope that we could reconsider that in our budget. And then the last thing, being involved in agriculture, I'm sorry, I see that fertilizer and chemicals has actually gone down, and boy, the potato folks I've talked to, it's 30-40% increase.
Yeah, I made some cuts in order to increase labor, which
Oh,
I haven't
okay.
seen the final budget, so I don't know if they got inputted yet or not.
Okay, but you feel confident we still take care of make sure the
It's gonna
grass
be
is green?
close, 'cause you know what costs are.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, well, like I say, I would sure encourage you to look at that equipment listing, 'cause we sure don't wanna get behind on that.
No.
So, thank you, that's all.
Okay, any other
Thanks,
questions?
Yeah,
on golf?
just
Yeah,
one,
Councilor
I
Wallace.
just, you know, we're having all this discussion about Golf Pro, not Golf Pro, card, no card. And as Counselor Stodic alluded to, it hasn't been very long ago that the city was funding the golf cart course to keep it open. And I'm looking at your projected revenue here is over $2 million. And in my opinion, that change is due to good management.
Yes.
And, I appreciate that, and I don't care about a PGA card. That taxpayer dollars are not going out there to support the golf course.
Right.
It's funding itself, and that is extremely important to me.
I agree completely. Both Ken and Brett do an absolutely phenomenal job of making that just a really awesome course. And they've made such huge improvements over the last few years. It's amazing.
Yep, I would agree. Thank you so much for that comment, appreciate that. Did you have a question?
Mr. Mayor, I have a question for Raylan. Are you ready for the big one? All right. So if I'm not mistaken, doesn't city council approve fee structures sometime in September of every year for an October 1? So even if there was some sort of conditionally or tentatively approved budget, that the parks, or the parks still has the ability to address the fee issue?
That is correct, yeah, we won't bring fees in until October 1. It's actually in September, we have to have a public hearing for anything over 5%, but it's gonna be all the fees together. And so I know there'll be some adjustments that you're gonna see on golf fees anyway, because they give a discount between October and January, or October and February. And so that's not been noted before on their fee sheet, but now it's gonna be noted, things like that. So you'll have the ability to definitely talk about those as well.
And just my my comment to the city council and to finance. I'm kind of one of those people who thinks that maybe we should stay ahead of the game with regards to our fee structure, not fall behind. It's easier to have a larger budget and come under budget than to say conservatively budget and then all of a sudden miss the mark and have to come up with something. So I would encourage and I'm not in so many different discussions out there, there's that stuff like Councilor Stoddard says, we'll just go elsewhere. People aren't going elsewhere. I mean, it's...
Okay, anything else on golf?
We good? Okay. Well, moving right along then. So our next is the Caldwell Event Center, and there is our org chart. I am actually not involved with the Director of Building and Facilities, but I put that in there as it has been proposed by the HR department. What the intention of that is to put somebody that's, I guess you could say, maybe more appropriate over those departments. So the Caldwell Event Center team does a really incredible job of offering a place for people. They gather, they socialize, they pursue their passions. I've just been so impressed with what they do with so few people. Do you need some help finding the spot, Councilor Doty?
I do.
Okay.
Golf it in my book.
Oh, I gave you my, yeah, that one. My budget book. Okay. Okay, sorry about that.
Did need some help finding it. My one book ran out, so thank you.
All right. So in '24, the event center coordinated with the College of Idaho to install new turf at Simplot. And we have begun on an area plan that will allow for the best utilization of this great asset. So this year we're not asking for anything simply because we don't really know exactly where we're going to go with this facility, with the area plan underway, and that is very much just at the very beginning stages of that. So we decided it was best to just leave things as is. Per the lighting at Griffiths, we don't really know exactly what's going to happen in the future, and so we felt like it was best to just leave things as they are for this upcoming year. So, any questions?
One, Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
Where are we at on the plan to, I guess we asked for a plan out there, correct?
Yes, yeah.
With and without the amphitheater, so do we know where we're at, or an update on where that
Yes,
plan is?
we have the contractor in place, and I've met with them to kind of give my feedback, and they've had several other people, and then we're going to have like a larger meeting. I believe it's June 6th. Okay. Yeah, on June 6th, of more of the stakeholders and people involved in that.
Any other questions?
Okay, an easy one, yay. Yeah. So, and then we'll finish up with facilities. That's another one that would be under the Director of Building and Facilities, which would be much more appropriate. It was one that was put under me, and I'm so happy to take it on. I've really enjoyed working with those guys, but it would be much more appropriate to have somebody that is overseeing building and facilities oversee that position. So in FY24, we've taken on more buildings, including Fairview and Purple Sage golf courses. We've added an additional custodian, the implementation of the online facilities request and tracking software. We're in the process of getting that going. Implementation of HVAC tracking in several of the buildings, and this improves efficiency and operation of those systems. And then they were an incredible integral part of the move to the new City Hall. Larry was just running around all over the place doing a great job on making sure everything was taken care of and everyone had what they needed, and things were moved out and things were moved in and the construction moved along. So he did a really great job on that. And then as far as FY25, the requests we have for positions are 2 new custodians, and those are needed with the expansion of the City Hall and to take on more buildings because they still don't maintain anywhere near all the city buildings, and we'd like to see that expand as time goes on. So that's the request for that.
Okay. Any questions in regards to that?
Question.
Yes.
Right now, are we hiring any outside custodial help? Are we paying private contractors for custodial help?
No, that I'm aware of. Are we, Raylyn?
We are.
So, yes,
Oh.
we do pay contractors at wastewater treatment plant, at the airport, and I know those are for sure two that we currently pay. I'm trying to think if maybe at water too.
I've seen some on the budget that we sign every month, so I just wanted to, so,
So the plan would be I reduce those line items in those budgets, and then now facilities would cover those departments.
that's where I was going with that, yeah.
Yeah. That's how it's handled, like everybody has like an allocation, just like they do for parks or anything else. And so if we go to facilities maintaining something, we can take the funding that was used to outsource it.
Facilities budget, the biggest portion, there's quite a large, because all the paper products and cleaning products and everything are purchased through facilities and then given out to all the departments too, so.
Any other, yes, Council Williams?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Perhaps a comment and, a couple comments and a question. First of all, shout out to Larry. Probably no one works harder in the city than Larry does, and, he does a phenomenal job, so thank you for that, Larry. And then, it appears to me then that under your jurisdiction, totally, there are 9 new positions being proposed. Am I doing my math right again? Sometimes my math gets fuzzy, but that's what I see going on here. And I'm a broken record, and I didn't say it about parks and libraries, even though, I mean, who wouldn't want to improve our parks and our libraries? And yet, we have to make hard choices, and I sound like the Grinch that stole Christmas, but this is a hard year for me, and my choice is going to be no. But I suppose my question coming from all of this is, are these 9 new positions best served in this organizational chart should the rest of this council approve these? Because I won't, but if they do, this seems to be spread far and wide. This seems to be so diverse that I don't understand the administration of it. And it's not questioning you, Julie, so much as it is, this is going to be a drink from a fire hydrant. I don't know how this is going to work. Are you comfortable with all of this? Is this in your wheelhouse? Is this something that is going to fit well for the city? Should my colleagues approve these positions? Because I'm a no. But the question is this the wisest administration of spreading you out this thinly in so many different directions when we were so excited to have you as Director of Parks and Recs? Now there's buildings involved.
It has been since the beginning, though.
In this.
Well, and that is the purpose of both the golf manager and the Director of Building and Facilities, is to take some of these departments away from me so that I can focus on what I'm truly good at and really have a passion for.
Yeah, and so just real quick on that, so the Director of Building Facilities would not report to
No,
the
he would
director. It is separate. So
be
that
my equal.
Part of that was so that she's not so spread thin.
Mhm.
So the
That position become an appointed position, or who do they report to?
so it would report to the mayor, not as an appointed position, but report to the mayor, similar
Mhm.
like to the Parks and Rec
Like what I
director
am,
or the
yeah.
IT. They're not appointed positions, but they still do report to the mayor. So that would take, like, for example, the cemetery, the Caldwell Event Center,
Mhm.
the golf, well, I guess not the golf.
The golf would
Golf
be,
still you, but with hopefully that golf manager. So it would
yeah,
take
to handle a lot
several
more of what I
those
handle.
and put them under the Director of Building and Facilities and take that off of Julie's plate so she's not
Mhm.
spread so thin.
So with all of the stuff that Julie does, she's not an appointed official?
Correct. So she's not.
Maybe you were before.
She's part of
No.
the executive team.
I'm
but not
a
an
director.
appointed.
I'm part of the executive team, but I'm not
Were you
appointed.
working in planning and zoning before?
I was.
Okay, maybe that's where
I was the senior planner.
okay.
Yeah. And when they created this position, they made it just a director, not an appointed official, as most of the other directors are.
So, one thing that I think Councilor Allgood said it at the last meeting was that there are positions, I think we were talking about police department, and supportive of the lower line positions as opposed to the top
Mhm.
echelon or whatever you want to call it. And then somebody else pointed out that we approved something like 25 positions last budget. Is that correct? 50 positions. And I think we did that in at least, I mean, I don't want to speak for everybody, but I think the general consensus is that this council recognized that there were deficiencies in places, and we needed to sort of do that to get everybody back up. That was what the raise was for, to kind of get to that average, all that stuff. And I think the problem that some of us are having this year is now digesting another big thing this year. You know what I mean? Now, the places that need help, like the custodians and those kinds of places, I'm much more supportive of than more top-heavy stuff like we talked about.
Yeah, and I would say, and to Councilor Williams' point too, Caldwell is growing to 24%. It's insanity. And just let me finish. Especially in the Parks and Recreation Department, there has been no one to steward the Parks and Recreation Department, and so we are woefully understaffed, underfunded. All of our equipment is bad. Like, no one has been there to take care of this position, and now we are in a position where we're serving 70,000 citizens with a Parks and Recreation Department that's more appropriate for about 30,000 citizens. And we are doing the best that we can. I'm so proud of my guys. Every day they're absolutely amazing. But the reality is the quality of service is going to suffer because there's only so much we can do.
Well, and I proposed that question in an email that's printed out, is when does growth start paying for growth? And I don't know what the answer is. So the problem is that you're right that people have looked at me like I'm against growth. That's not necessarily the case, but I'm pro responsible growth. And until we have some kind of plan that says, okay, so everybody understands this group of housing that we've approved right here is going to pay for this, 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 and this in year whatever, we're flying blind when we're doing these things. So as we continue to approve growth without what feels like a plan, and we're sort of catching up on all these places, because obviously you saw a big increase in public safety last year because we were really, really lacking there, and that could be a big problem for our community, right? But when does growth start paying for growth, and where would, like the impact fees or whatever, I'm sure you were affected by the error that the previous finance director made.
We were.
And so when does that get made up? Do you see what I'm saying? So there's asks which we want to fulfill. It's not wanting to do it, but how do we make sense of it until the growth starts paying for itself, or the impact fee thing has been caught up?
Right, and I agree with you completely on that. It's a hard situation to be in. We're kind of between a rock and a hard place.
I'd like to see from you and other departments, I guess, as we're considering this, is the priority list. So if we can only approve one thing, what is it? If that's under staff, and then whatever you need, not materials, I can't think of the word, equipment. Or whatever, because there's also, I agree that the parks need to be upgraded, all that kind of stuff, but then you guys have this brand new building that other people don't have, you know what I mean? So it's kind of like, how do we find this balance? What's your priority list? Make sure we get the pool done, because that's been on everybody's mind for a very long time, and I know you've worked hard on that. And then where do we go from there? So I'd like to see wish lists in priority.
Yeah, that's an excellent point, and that would be a good way to approach it. And I would have to say, for me personally, the new parks and the personnel, because I want to, I want us to be able to provide a really good level of service and have safe places for people to go. I think you're right on track about the park thing, and then bringing us in compliance to the federal grants, because even if it was a lot of money, it makes sense to invest that to get the return in the grants moving forward. So that part I can totally understand and stand behind. I cannot get behind a golf manager when I feel like we have a golf manager with a golf pro. That's just, right? So once that gets sorted out, and it all makes sense, and this guy's got his card, this guy doesn't need one, whatever it is, then next year we can go, okay, we've got it all worked out now. We're organized, so now here's what we're going to do, as opposed to continuing to spend money to grow something that's already not making sense. Do you know what I mean? So that's where I feel like I just want to know the priority list. Okay, and I would be happy to send that. I could send you guys an email tomorrow
it's safe to assume that the first thing is making that mini park so that we can get back in compliance.
Yeah,
One of the top.
yeah, and that's
three.
an impact fee, that doesn't come from my budget, so
Okay.
it's a different fund.
So even better.
Yeah, so the impact fees, those don't come from my budget, but the proposals I had, as far as like our staffing and installing the new playgrounds, those do come from my budget.
Yeah, because none of us really, I don't think any of us are finance people, right? So it's easier to talk to us in the same sort of layman terms, right? Like, okay, so we have this much money in impact fees, I want to use this much for this, and then we go, oh, that makes sense, you know, as
Mhm.
opposed when we're talking in circles and then we have to ask all these questions, you know?
Yeah, yeah, and that is a good point. So I'm not a finance person either, therefore I rely on Raylene a lot.
She probably is so frustrated with all of us, I would guess, but.
Okay, any other, Counselor Allgood?
Just question for you.
Mhm.
So, 2 years ago, who did golf, cemetery, CEC, who did all those people report to 2 years ago?
Great question. So, let's see if I can remember all of it. So, the parks reported to the city engineer. The recreation reported to the finance director.
Yes.
The cemetery, I believe, also reported to the cemetery
City
was
engineer.
the city engineer.
Mhm.
The golf course was the finance director, and Caldwell Event Center was the finance director. And facilities, the city clerk.
Yeah, facilities is only 2 years old, so.
So we have consolidated all of these departments under Ms. McCoy, but now we need supervisors to supervise these departments under Ms. McCoy, is what it sounds like. We need a golf manager, we need a facilities manager. That's.
We already, oh, I'm sorry, Counselor, I didn't mean to interrupt.
And so I'm just trying to sort all this out, because these people were spread out through the city as reporting to different appointed officials. And we've consolidated under, what exactly is your title?
Parks and Recreation Director.
And she's not an appointed official, that's why I was,
Oh, and so,
sort of
yeah, and that's,
confused.
so Parks and Recreation Director and the golf course and the
Mhm.
cemetery and the event center is reporting. And so I'm wondering if our organizational chart seems a bit confusing.
I agree with you. That's what I was talking about with some of the disorganization feeling. Because I thought cemetery was under Debbie. I truly thought that for some reason.
Part of it is. Yes. And they're mine, the grounds maintenance people. Well, I don't directly supervise them, the park superintendent does, but
But then they all report back to you. So how many department heads do you have reporting to you? Roughly, 10?
let me think. No, I don't think so. I think it's like 6. Yeah.
Well, I agree with where Counselor Allgood's going with this.
I'm struggling with
Yeah.
this.
Yeah,
Well,
I
I'm just
think-
trying to figure out the organizational chart here.
Like maybe putting them back
Yeah.
to the right places.
I wanted to interject. We do have a facilities manager, that's Larry.
Mhm.
What we're looking at doing is getting a new director. So that would be somebody at the same level as me, like an executive level position, that would oversee the building department, the facilities department, the event center, and the cemetery, because those are all more building-oriented departments. So that would take those out from under me and create a new director.
Yeah.
And that was, Shelley proposed that, I believe it was about a month and a half ago, and it was decided to wait until budget time to discuss that.
Yeah, and so it's been in discussion for much more
Yes.
than that. That's when it came
Yeah.
to council, and it's been kind of a evolving process where obviously makes no sense for the golf to report to the finance director, and
Yeah.
for they have finance director. Could you imagine having to have more on top of that your plate? And same for the city engineer. That he was never out at the parks because he was so busy doing his road job. And so it's been an evolving process of getting those together to where they need to go. So it's been kind of a step by step. So this was the first step of last year, or a year and a half ago, when we created the Parks and Recreation Director, of getting all those out of where they really shouldn't be into more or less of that group where they should, and then continue to evolve on that. So that's been the goal, is just, it's gonna be a step-by-step process, and this is just that was the next step that we were looking at, of moving it into where they really should be allocated.
And I think that part of what's confusing me is Ms. McCoy's making that presentation for a person that's her equal, not, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, so it wouldn't be, like, if that position was approved, they would be presenting, not Ms. McCoy on that. She's just doing it now because it's not a non-existing position that's being proposed. So, I don't know if she's so much presenting, it overlaps into several of the things she does now.
That was
So
why I
that's
included
it's
it.
showing on that. So that would be, they would have, if that position is approved, they would have their own presentation next year on the building facilities.
Yeah.
Okay.
And that was why I put this in here. It's not that I am presenting it. It was just so that, just to kind of put that out there as further, I guess.
And it would take, when I said that word building room, not to add even more confusion to it, so our building department has been reporting to our public works director. And we're one of the few entities that does it that way.
Yeah.
So the building department reports to the director of building facilities. So it would take that also and move it over to a more, what we would consider a more appropriate enterprise. So the building department used to be, I think, under planning and zoning several years ago. It got shifted. There were some, I don't know all the details, but got shifted to public works at that time. So now it's trying to get that where the building department would also be under the director of building and facilities.
What exactly does the building department do?
So they do all the inspections for commercial, residential, industrial. They review the plans that come in when somebody submits a building permit.
Code enforcement?
Code enforcement is under planning and zoning. There's a little bit with police, like if it has to do with vehicles or dogs or things like that, but majority of that is under planning and zoning.
Okay, so, so Council Williams was saying that, so asking for 9 positions, but she's
It's
not.
spread out over a lot of departments.
A lot of departments, yes.
Figure that out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Over, like 7 departments.
Could we get the organizational chart?
Yeah.
A copy of one like that, like who, the position and then who reports to them and so on, just so we're all clear?
Yep, we could do that. We could have that for you by next, budget meeting for sure.
You mean citywide, council register?
Yeah, citywide.
Yeah, that would be helpful, yeah.
Yeah, just to have the visual, I guess.
Yeah. Anything else?
No,
Julie?
that's all I've got. Does anybody have anything?
Okay. Oh, yeah.
I just
Marilyn.
wanna just mention, just because, it is in your, email, but, for a total number of pool positions, which are all part-time,
Thank you, Raylan, I forgot that.
there's a pool manager, 3 part-time pool shift managers, 5 part-time water safety instructors, 1 water aerobics instructor, and 4 part-time lifeguards.
Are
So
those seasonal?
so we budgeted them from, I believe, starting in April to August at the latest.
What about
and
lifeguards? Are those included?
Those
Is
are,
that water safety?
there's lifeguards and water safety instructors. So, and, those are on the worksheet that I sent in your email with the updated, employee list. So I apologize that it was on the first one I gave you, but they are on there now.
Okay, excellent. Thank you
Okay.
so much.
All right,
Appreciate
thank you.
it. Yeah.
So in my politics defense here, Julie and everything, so this job that you've created.
Come, if you don't mind coming up so we can get it on the
The
record.
facilities department is new. So I know a few of you board members. I've had the opportunity to visit with you and go over my things that we've developed now with the electronics and stuff we've already getting installed in some of the other buildings from the last year's budget. So with Julie on board, I took her around, showed her the mechanical parts of the building. And in her defense, she does. She's good at parks. That's what that's her heart. I see where the mayor's trying to go. You're trying to get a director or even a person like myself that's mechanically experienced. When Debbie brought me on board and the mayor, they go, Larry, you understand roofs, you understand how to work with contractors, and you know how to get the bids together. And I've been doing that for the police department for the last 7-8 years since I've been here. Really enjoy it. It's a lot of fun. But anyways, in the future, I may not have the money to do that, what Julie's proposing as well as the mayor to put a director in there. Or we can maybe use somebody within the city that's over in planning and zoning department that has maybe more building experience than me, and I could work under them. You know, that's okay if they wanna
What
do
is
it that
your
way.
title?
At the moment, I'm the facilities manager for the city, for overseeing the buildings and the custodial, the cleaning and responsibilities like that.
So what's the difference between what he's doing now and a director?
I don't know, because I already put the budgets together and I give them to Julie.
So the director would be over the facilities, over the building department, over the Caldwell Event Center.
Okay.
All of those would be included as part of that.
Because it sounds like we're adding a lot, or requesting a lot of management positions when we have people who are already doing it.
I will say, one thing, like, I think with the building and facilities director, I don't know if it was ever sent to you guys, but, Brett, our building, official, one of the things that would help with the building and facilities director, Larry does a great job with current issues, but, for example, at 621, there are issues outside that nobody would have even noticed unless Brett or somebody says something, where those long-term repairs that really catch up with us, unless there's a current issue that somebody says, hey, this is an issue that we need to maintain, instead of, hey, let's come up with a maintenance plan of cleaning, repairing. It's like trying to come up with in the budget what needed to be done in the Ancola Center. I was like, all I know is, okay, we gotta repair the HVAC and have it checked once a year, but what else do we really need to have done to make sure this building lasts 30 years? I don't have that expertise. Who does? So
What-
that's where having that director to give that guidance, have a long-term plan for our buildings, so they don't just last 5 years or 10 years, but they last 30 years.
Well, I agree with you about that. I agree with you about the long-term plans. Like, I'm a big plan person. I know we have, and we've recently asked for, and you've provided it, I believe, I haven't had a chance to look at it, but the amount of consultants that we've hired and what we've paid and all that kind of stuff. So I do see the value in cutting those out and putting somebody who knows, you know, whatever, although I keep hearing that Larry knows it all. So I don't know why Larry's not the guy in charge,
I would
right?
be interested in the position, but that's okay.
But I mean,
If they got other plans, that's fine.
well, but you know what I'm saying, right? But I guess the other thing I'm worried about is it sounds like we're trying to add a lot of management positions, and expanding government, right? But also at the same time, if we add those, then does that mean we're not gonna have to hire the consultants anymore? Like, can we be sure of that, or are we just adding on, you know? And again, a rhetorical question, just the way I'm thinking, I don't want to continue to create new positions and then have to hire a consultant to still figure out how to do something. That's all, you know?
And just a little bit on the two positions they were looking at for the custodial, possibly with my knowledge of what they want me to first maybe take on in the near future with some of these other buildings, I may still have enough wiggle room with one of the two of the hires that they would give me to, I would probably train one of them to be partly custodial / maintenance, where I could teach them to change some lights, paint some walls, and do some other stuff. They wouldn't strictly have to just do the custodial work. So if we were able to get two new custodians, probably one of them I would help create them as over time to teach them a lot of this stuff, to go around and paint and fix different things that I could tell you a million things I see. Broken concrete outside these buildings, they need, this PD needs to be painted on the outside. I'm fully aware of all that stuff. The airport's got a lot of problems. I mean, Lisa out there calls me all the time, Larry, come look at this, you know, and
Right,
and
I
we're-
think,
and we're getting there.
at some point, maybe you could handle all of that, and
Yeah.
growth requires that kind
And we
of
do.
stuff, but.
And
I-
sometimes we
yeah.
get contractors to fix all these big things, but
Mhm.
anyway, I'm just saying, there's a lot of stuff out there I could go on for a long time, that in the future, we will get them fixed. And Debbie, when she originally told me, she goes, Larry, we want you to do preventive maintenance, go around, check the HVAC units, if you see it's gonna burn out in the next couple of years, let's get it in the budget, let's get it fixed. And that's what I've been doing since
Yeah.
I've been taking this job, so
Excellent.
it's a lot of fun.
Yeah, Councilor
That's-
Alden.
Yes. For you, Larry?
Yes, sir.
I noticed on the organizational chart, you have 3 employees, but you have an opening, is that correct? Is that still current?
No, now, that has never been filled. I had a person on board full-time, and then they quit, so we've just been using a temp, trying them out before we actually roll them over and hire them. So that's what we're getting ready to do, just fill that position. to roll them over.
So today, for the positions you're given, you have all the bodies?
That's all in the budget.
Okay.
That position's always been there.
Well,
but I
I'm
give you-
just saying that, do you have all the bodies today that you're allotted?
Yes, I'm in good shape.
Okay.
But the one you've seen posted, that's always been there. That's just, but we've just been using a temp,
Uh-huh.
trying out people until we get somebody to fill that fits that spot. So that's where we're at now. So we just had to go through the protocol, post it, and then, of course, give some other people some opportunities to apply if they want to.
Are you keeping employees? When you get them, are you able to keep them?
Yeah, so far, I've had, the two that I've got now have been here with me almost a couple of years already. Yep, okay.
Can you get air in Ray Lynn's office and heat in Debbie's?
Air and heat in one and the other. We're working on it. That is true, we're working on it. All right, one's hot and the other one's cold. All right.
Okay, excellent.
Larry does a phenomenal job, so.
I appreciate all of you guys too,
Okay.
and my boss too.
Okay, awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Okay, economic development, Mr. Jenkins.
All right, good evening, Mayor, Council, and I apologize in advance, I didn't print out my PowerPoint, but I will next year. Debbie and the city clerk's office that made me look bad with the spiral bound notebooks and everything else. I need to step my game up apparently, so I will do that next year. But with regard to this presentation, I want to make it semi-brief. I had a chance to extend some brevity just because of the limited adjustments that I have to my budget this year, so hopefully we can get through this. But this is the budget for '25.
Sorry, do we have anything in our,
Look on you,
Probably under general fund.
we're looking. We should have to wait till next year to get a budget approved.
Yeah, and if we have to out
You just
first,
stepped out.
that's okay.
nope, not under general.
I don't see anything.
Under other funds, revenue, and expenditure details on the website, but I don't know if that's printed out in your documents or not, so.
The general fund, no,
I don't think we have anything.
we like the one. Steve, we like the one that tells us what went up and down and,
Right,
okay,
right.
that's what
yeah,
we're looking for.
Totally
It's in the
understand,
spiral
totally
book,
understand.
right?
Yeah, that's where I'm looking.
If you'd like, Mayor, I can step aside and let another department go in front of me, and maybe I'll get with Ray Lynn and see if we can work it
I
out.
found an economic development fund, but that's just in the 5-year outlook. I didn't see it in the general fund, which I thought it would be. So, yeah, maybe, I don't know where Raylene, that, so, yeah, maybe we have
Okay.
IT go real
Well,
quick,
do you-
sorry about that.
Okay.
Okay, let's say.
Mr. Mayor, that isn't gonna get it here for us, so even if you wait. So
Yeah, I was gonna say
Raylene
just,
may be able to know where it's at in it, so.
Yeah, it's not in that budget, because I forgot to bring it up. It didn't, it's my bad, because I was reading that report, so it's not in, but I didn't put it online. And if you go to,
I feel like we should hear his presentation, even if he doesn't have the paperwork, since he's been waiting.
I would agree.
And then we can maybe put the paperwork together and
add
look
it
it
to the
over
end
later.
again, right?
Yeah. Well, his is pretty simple too, pretty.
Yeah, I'd like to hear from him. Sorry, Jose.
Okay, Steve,
Let's give it a go.
go for it.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I was ready to do this, so I'm grateful. So I'm gonna go through this quickly, but I'd like to start off with an introduction about my department, and then just refer to some numbers relative to this year, and then go over some of the achievements that we had within the Economic Development Department, and then lastly, go over some of the budget changes and requests. All right, so primary mission of Caldwell Economic Development, to encourage economic growth in the Caldwell region that will create diverse, quality jobs and provide a strong financial basis for a healthy community. The department focuses on expanding businesses and assisting new commercial and industrial establishments to develop in the city. Caldwell has seen significant growth over the last few years, much of which is attributed to the low cost of doing business, the ease of establishing a business, our highly motivated workforce, and a pro-business city administration. The FY 2025 budget proposal reflects our continued commitment to growing the city's tax base and creating quality jobs in the community. This budget has been crafted to support our strategic goals through various initiatives and resource allocations. Key investments include attending the ICSC conference, that stands for International Council of Shopping Centers, and the Main Street Conference, and engaging in professional development training to enhance our overall performance. Additionally, the budget includes modifications to office supplies, office furniture, advertising, and subscriptions. These efforts are all aimed at furthering our mission to make Caldwell a great place to live, work, and play. By maximizing our resources and optimizing our strategies, we are dedicated to fostering a thriving economic environment that benefits all residents and businesses in Caldwell. So, we'd like to go over just briefly some of the basic things that we do, and I love to use this acronym called CARE. We create jobs and investment, attract new businesses to the area, retain businesses that are currently operating in Caldwell, and we expand businesses located in the city. So by the numbers, and I'm not sure why this slide looks the way it does, but I'm going to read over some of the print there. So the Caldwell population currently is 73,420, and that's according to Compass. They're demographers out of Meridian, so we rely on their local intel to inform our decisions relative to population. We were 46,535 people in 2010. That's a 58.46% growth rate. Our annual growth was about 5 to 5.2%. That's according to U.S. Census. We're the fourth largest city in the state of Idaho. Our average age is about 30. We had 34,000 visitors to Winter Wonderland opening weekend, 68,000 ice skaters, 43,000 visitors to the farmers market May through September, and that's in conjunction with our great partners at Destination Caldwell. And then lastly, we had 1 million visitors to Indian Creek Plaza in 2023. When I first started in 2019, we were averaging right around 300,000 visitors to Indian Creek Plaza, so we've jumped that margin quite a bit, and we're excited about all these numbers reflected here. And a lot of these numbers come from a group that we work with or contract with through Destination Caldwell that reviews cell phone data, so we're able to get some accurate intel related to who comes into the plaza and where they go after that point as well. So we can get some pretty high quality reports and to tell us exactly where they come from and where they're going after the fact. So 2024 projects. So I wanted to give you guys an idea of what's happening on the front lines here as it relates to development and growth. So we have a Starbucks at the College Marketplace, D&B office space, that's out at North Ranch. Southwest Metal Manufacturing, they're expanding by 60,000 square feet. Fat Guys Fresh Deli opened earlier this year. Baskin Robbins is opening out in North Ranch. Maverick, Les Schwab, North Ranch, Sky Ranch Logistics, that's 400,000 square feet between two buildings. St. Alphonsus Medical, that's 54,800 square feet. They're building on 6 acres out of 18 acres on Aviation and Highway 2026. Black Rock Coffee, they're locating off of Highway 2026. They're going to break ground later this year. Idaho Central Credit Union, they should be open later this year. Lansing Building Supply, they are a group that's constructing a building right now. It's 40,000 square feet. It's right on Aviation, right in the Sky Ranch Business Park. Montana Timber, they're 40,000 square feet. They located off of KCID. Zoroco Packaging is expanding by 28,000 square feet. Builders First Source is occupying the North Ranch Logistics buildings out in North Ranch. They're 98,000 square feet. And then Operator Coffee opened up on Caldwell Boulevard, and then also Marco's Pizza on 10th Avenue. This is just an example of some of the projects that we've had our hands tied in as it relates to economic development. And then downtown, we have the Commons at Creek Crossing. That project is about 23,000 square feet total. It's 3 stories. Our RC Contractors is 10,000 square feet between 2 stories. That's on Kimball and Blaine. Both those projects will break ground later this year. The Griddle will be locating at the Tillion project on the first floor. Kindred Vineyards is working on their tenant improvements right now over at the Tillion project. Shared Stories is a bookstore that opened in downtown Caldwell recently. Amano, of course, they purchased a new building in downtown Caldwell, the previous Rediscovered Books building, and they are doing some major enhancements to that space. 712 Main Street, they are doing an office space expansion. Chippy Door made a relocated between spaces on the plaza. Wolf Boutique opened at the Oaks Brothers Marketplace, Oaks Brothers building in downtown, and then Windermere opened an office space on Cleveland Boulevard. Ruby Bloom and Hello Norman, they relocated as well. So just an example of some of the projects that our department's been, my department's been a part of. FY 2024 accomplishments. So we were able to purchase Surface Pros, and I know that this is something that I had made an adjustment to within our budget last year, just to elevate our ability to travel and share maps and data as it relates to working with site selectors and developers from across the country. We attended the ICSC conference, as I referenced before, and Mayor, I thank you for you being available to be there as well. It was very impactful. There were many mayors from across the country there, and just having Caldwell and our leader in the building and being able to talk about some of these projects in real time was extremely helpful. There are 25,000 participants from across the country. We met with retailers, hospitality groups, developers, and of course cities, and shared ideas and different things that we were doing across the city. And we were able to attend some workshops that gave us some insight into the changes in the retail environment across the country. We participated in AIDA as well. They're a statewide conference in Boise. This is the Idaho Economic Development Association conference. We also participated in the Main Street America conference that took place in Birmingham, Alabama from May 6th to the 9th. We received additional training through the University of Oklahoma's Economic Development Institute program in New Orleans from April 27th through May 2nd. We participated in speaking forums such as the Nampa Association of Realtors, Caldwell Board of Realtors, Snake River Valley Building Contractors Association, their economic summit. We also took place in a Title I forum, BVEP, Boise Valley Economic Partnership Stakeholder Panel, College of Idaho, Business Accounting Department Conference, and others. And then lastly, we received a $25,000 grant from Capital Matrix to conduct a feasibility study for a future innovation center in the city of Caldwell. And what that looks like is essentially an entrepreneurship center that would help people with ideas that want to start businesses to be able to obtain resources and work on a collaborative basis with businesses that currently operate in the city. So budget updates. As far as reductions to the budget from FY24, we have a reduction in office supplies of $100, office furniture and $1,000, printing and binding, that was a $300 reduction, dues and association fees, that was a $455 reduction from '24, and then the request, those consist of books and subscriptions, a $300 improvement there. Advertising is $3,000, and the $3,000 is from the standpoint of producing a publication called the Grow Here document that we have produced, and we try to do that every couple of years because our data is moving so quickly that it'd be somewhat futile to do it annually, so we try to wait a year or so to get a new document off the ground, so we're looking to do that in FY25. And then vehicle maintenance is $1,000, so those are the requests thus far. The last thing I want to mention, this is something that is not in my presentation, nor is it something that I had fully fleshed out with Raylene, so I apologize for putting you on the spot here. But this is something I've learned over the past couple of days. We obviously are very keen to supporting and making sure that our plaza, our downtown environment is as clean as it can possibly be. And as I was thinking about some of the things that are related to trash maintenance and making sure that we have all those things looking as great as it can be, we have looked at different cities and how they operate. One such city is City of Nampa, and they have partnered with a nonprofit to bring employees from that nonprofit to their downtown to help maintain the downtown, making sure that it's as presentable as it can be. So just thinking out loud here, and I wanted to get your opinion on this because I'm in front of the mayor and the council now, but thinking about a position that could be a position of maybe $10 an hour, $12 an hour, somewhere in that ballpark for about 10 hours a week. That would be roughly $5,200 a year, something of that nature to come into economic development to make sure that we can have the plaza looking as beautiful as it can be on a more routine and more consistent basis. So I just want to put that out there for your consideration. But the rest of this is all I have as it relates to the budget and some of the updates that were proposed for FY25.
Who does the trash right now down there? Street? Is it the street department? Or?
It is the streets department.
I feel like I saw a picture of over the Memorial Day weekend of the trash piling up and falling over, and probably because of the holiday, I'm guessing. But is it, the rumor I heard that the mayor went out and emptied all the trash cans true? He's ignoring me. Did you go empty all the trash cans over Memorial Day?
Sunday night, yes. My wife as well. We were out till about midnight Sunday night. So, what's that?
I think it's the Parks Department. No, Parks. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, just trying to clarify.
Steve Alpha? Is that on it? Yeah.
We were. I was talking about when he was talking about the position that you were just talking about. That there was a couple of pictures on Facebook of the trash overflowing, which was probably from the holiday.
Yeah.
And then I heard a rumor that you went out and emptied all the trash.
We were out there late, and my wife, I have to give her credit too. She was with me, so on that. And yeah, so we are scheduling a meeting, myself with Danae at, Destination Caldwell, 'cause that's not a long-term solution.
Yeah.
My wife will leave me if I make her do that every Sunday night. But yes, we're setting up a meeting with, I think, were you on that as well, that email? With
So,
Steve,
yes.
Danae, Julie as well, I think she's left, but just to figure out what is the long-term
She
solution.
needs another job, Julie.
Well, just, I mean, like I said, this is a great proposal what Steve has. Do we pay Destination Caldwell more, and because they take care of the plaza, but do we pay them more to do the streets around there too? What do we do to make sure that it's taken care of? So.
Do you work at all with, like, high school volunteers who need community service hours or anything like that with stuff like this, or?
Yeah, Mayor, Council Register, we certainly could, and that's something I'd love to investigate further. I know there are organizations within the city of Caldwell that have a nonprofit arm that could lend volunteerism to help with this effort, and I think that that's something that would certainly help to make sure that, because we're very sensitive to the plaza, and when people come in to visit Caldwell, we want them to have a strong impression of the city as a whole, and that makes quite a difference when it's looking as presentable as possible.
Well, I have a couple other questions. I might as well. Is there any plans to expand the downtown past where it is now?
Yes,
Talk about that, or what's the plan?
There are plans. So we do have a concept called Festival Street that is going to incorporate Arthur Street. So currently, that's where the farmers market, the vendors set up for the Tuesday farmers market on the plaza there. But we have a concept design and a plan that would allow us to extend into Arthur that direction, and also onto 7th Avenue. So.
But what about like north and south of the plaza, like expanding it? I guess this is she's unrolling her microphone over there. Past Terry Riley and that way, or up above the tracks. Do we have any plan on expanding like that, or is that a planning and zoning question, maybe?
I'll take a quick stab, and I'll let Robin, the expert, answer this. But I can tell you that as far as the plaza facade and the streetscape improvements and some of those natural aesthetics, that's essentially what I'm referring to with Festival Street and 7th Avenue in the future. But beyond that, I'm not certain of any improvements that would correspond with the plaza in the manner that it looks today.
So, Mayor and Councilor Register, it's a great question. It'll be something that I'll talk a little bit about when I get to my presentation. But what many people probably aren't aware of is that downtown actually goes from 1st to 12th, and then the railroad to Grant Street. But the core of downtown, what we call City Center, only stretches from 5th to 10th, and then the railroad to Cleveland. But with our comprehensive plan update, we are looking at proposing to increase the overall downtown area across the railroad tracks north, and then also, I guess it would be west, also further than First Street to capture, I believe we're looking at maybe all the way to Chicago and coming around that area. So some of the area that's today is traditional neighborhood area, but there's a lot of industrial kind of in that area. We are looking in the comp plan at changing some of that to downtown, and then between downtown and where the urban renewal area is, looking at making that, or proposing to make that what we would call like an urban neighborhood area, which would kind of transition from more dense downtown to a little bit more urban neighborhood where you could have higher end residential plus also mixed use development, commercial services before you transition into the urban renewal district. But then also allowing the urban renewal district to be industrial, but also allow commercial uses within that industrial that are compatible. Does that answer your question? So yes, we are looking at definitely expanding. And then when I get to my presentation, we are also looking at proposing to do a master plan for downtown, because currently right now, the only one that we actually have a set plan for with goals is the city center, which incorporates Indian Creek, and the rest of downtown has kind of been forgotten about. And so we'd like to really work on improving that.
Yeah, that's another plan thing, right?
Yeah, just to add, I just sent you a map from that comp plan meeting. and I'm a part of that, and Morgan's a part of that, and several people in the community are. It will be out, the preliminary map or input. We have a homework assignment due June 6th, and then, a map will come out for everyone's input. But I did just send you remember, it's just a draft.
Thank you.
I want to be very careful with that. It's not a final product.
Two other really quick questions.
Absolutely.
I don't know if you can speak to this, but is there a grocery store going up on 2026? There's a lot of rumors, so.
There is one certainly that has purchased land out there, 35 acres there, and then we have another that is reviewing the area and asking a lot of. Oh, go
Because
ahead.
I think we know somebody I've heard the rumor and I'm just sort of clarifying for the community, I guess, that Winco bought property up on 2026. But do we have any kind of like solid plan for them to come in, or they've just bought the property?
They've purchased the property. We have talked at length about the proposed project that will be slated there, but yeah, they are planning to construct a grocery store there.
Okay. Okay, and then, this is just my 2 cents, okay? You know where the Dutch Bros is up on 21st, and there's I think the Best Western's up there, and then there's that empty parking lot where that old, it's like a restaurant kitchen, I can't remember what it's called.
Magic
but
Recipe. Mm-hmm.
Anything going in there?
So the individual that bought that building has different restaurant concepts, breakfast concepts in the area, and is planning to put a restaurant there, but has not.
Thought it was a great
anything.
parking lot for In-N-Out, so I just was like, I just wanted to put it out there, right by the freeway.
Yeah.
And I don't think it would cause a lot of traffic problems right there because just where it is, right?
Yeah.
So, anyway, just think that, go ahead.
Absolutely.
I'll leave that alone, I just wanted to put that out there for you.
I just had a question. And Ray Lynn, we're gonna see all of economic development's numbers, wages, all that kind of thing.
Yeah, so online, under the finance page, the budget reports are there already, they're live. And so I apologize that it's not in your book, but it is online. And I can send you the link, or I can send you a PDF copy of it. Which would you prefer?
Does it show the allocation between what the city pays and what urban renewal pays as part of, Stephen and Ophelia's positions?
Yes, so what happens is that every month we bill urban renewal. It's not entirely the total amount, but it's whatever's set in urban renewal's budget, and we bill it on a monthly basis. And then in the economic development budget, we have it as urban renewal revenue coming in from urban renewal. So
Yeah, kind of where I'm going is when we approve economic development's budget, are we approving 100% of the wages on the city side?
yes, so yes, that is why urban renewal's budget is set before city council's budget.
Okay.
So that we can make sure the revenue that we don't supersede urban renewal's approval
Ability
of
to
that.
pay. Oh, okay, that's where I was going, because I know urban renewal shares wages. I just wanted to see where we were with that.
Any other questions for Steve? Okay, awesome.
All right.
Thank you
Thank
so
you,
much,
Mayor,
Sarah.
Council. Appreciate your
you being
time.
here. Okay, IT, now you can come forward.
Mr. Mayor, City Council?
My presentation is pretty limited because it's just us five and our budget's like one page and I'm not asking for any new, positions. Thanks for the ones we do have. Appreciate it. But I would like to let you know, we moved 80 people on a weekend to the new city hall with help from Orion. That is a major feat, but we did it. And our budget is less than, under 60K, less than it was last year.
Very good. That is pretty simple, so.
Not asking for any new positions and our budget's less, so.
So, okay, so yeah, pretty simple. So, you said it was a reduction of around 100 and something bucks?
It's a reduction of like over 60,000.
Oh, okay. Very good. Okay, questions,
Curious
Councilor
as to
Doty?
what did we save it on? That's great. 60,000
Well, we
great.
budgeted for a core switch that was about 80 grand, so that's why. It's a one-time expenditure.
Oh, okay, all right, thank you.
Yep.
And yes, Counselor Dittenber?
Mr. Mayor, am I, compliant with all the tasks that you've asked me to do, or am I
For
in
no
the
before?
same category as Counselor Williams?
I think you're in good standing.
You're like, no comment. Counselor August, you had a question?
I did. Jose, would you just brief us on our contract with Orion, kind of what we pay and what services we receive from them?
They have about 5 employees that help us out because we do not have a network engineer, we don't have a database engineer, we don't have a server engineer, and there's another one. So with their contract, it all encompasses those duties.
And it's not in this budget, I don't see it. Where is it at, Raylene?
I thought it was on there. Really?
I don't, maybe I just missed it.
It's under professional services,
Yeah,
so
Okay,
it's the
yeah, okay,
$73,000
yeah, there is it.
that's underneath there.
Okay,
that amount stayed the same since they've come on board.
yeah, they've been pretty consistent,
Yeah, it hasn't changed.
and everything is still good there? We're still happy with that arrangement?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I was just checking with that, because I know they've been extremely good in the past, I just wanna.
Yes.
Okay, any other questions for Jose? Okay, excellent.
Nope,
Thank you
thank
so
you.
much, and Noah, thank you. They do have an incredible team in there, and they do an amazing job, so appreciate every one of them, so. Okay, then that is planning and zoning. Let's see if you can be as quick as Jose. So,
I do tend to talk more than Jose, sorry. Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am glad to be here tonight to present this opportunity for our budget. I'm gonna do a little bit like Steve did. I'm gonna go through a little bit about the department and our staffing, a little bit about some numbers over the last fiscal year, and then this year to date. And then I'll go through some of the budget. So I'm just gonna start with our mission. It's to ensure quality, well-planned, and physically integrated development and growth of the city while responding to the changing needs and values of the community, and to promote and protect the public health, safety, welfare, and quality of life of the community. Should I slow down? Are you guys looking for? We're in the general fund, almost towards the back, I think right before capital. So our vision is the department will strive to achieve our mission through comprehensive and innovative planning, collaboration, and partnerships, and through the implementation of the city's comprehensive plan, through the application and enforcement of the City of Caldwell's ordinances and policies. So in our department, we have, I would call like 3 kind of divisions or sections. We have land use and planning, we have our code compliance, and then we have parking compliance that was just added at the end of last year. I show code compliance and parking compliance separate, but they do work hand in hand, and they also cover for each other, but they're very different in what they enforce, and we'll go through that a little bit. So as far as just talking about a snapshot for land use and planning, we are responsible for the current and future physical development of the city and the implementation of the city's comprehensive plan. And we also work to ensure that we have the appropriate patterns of land uses across the city. Within that division, there's many activities. So you have current planning, you have long-range planning, and then you have other activities. And again, this is just a snapshot. There's a whole bunch more stuff that we do, but current planning is the land use applications that you see come before you that are having to meet zoning ordinances. So annexations, comp plan amendments, zoning rezones, subdivision plats, those are all land use applications, and that's what's called today, what's happening today, current planning. We also do building permit reviews. We review construction drawings, historic preservation, certificate of appropriatenesses. We do zoning compliance reports, home occupation permits, sign permits. And then we also do individual site plan and landscape plan reviews. This could be something that's not associated with a land use application and something that's also not associated with a building permit. So an example would be like somebody is paving a parking lot. Doesn't require a building permit, but it is going to require us to review it for compliance with landscape, setbacks, parking islands, those types of things. Long-range planning is the comprehensive plan. So what we're doing today, we're updating the comprehensive plan. We're planning for the future, and we look 30 years out. And so the planning, we prepare specific area plans, neighborhood plans. We review our ordinances to make sure they're compliant with our comprehensive plan. This particular portion of our division also does a lot of the research and analysis, projections, trending, updating the city's area of impact boundaries, and really collaborating with the county and other agencies around us. And then, of course, the other activities we do are, roundtable meetings, serving on boards and commissions, sending out public hearing notices, scheduling and tracking hearing dates, public records requests. We have staff that staffs the Historic Preservation Commission, the hearing examiner, the Planning and Zoning Commission, doing the agendas, recording the meetings, and doing all the minutes. And then we do business licensing. We call them business permits here, but most people know it as business licensing, and then temporary use permits. Our code compliance team, they're responsible for improving and maintaining the public health and welfare through proactive and reactive enforcement of city code violations. There's a list up there of just some of the stuff that they enforce. They do this through inspections. They issue notices of violation. They do abatement of violations by hiring contractors. They issue administrative citations, misdemeanor citations. But first and foremost, we like to do community education and help people understand the codes because our goal is to seek voluntary compliance. Those citations are a last resort, and we hope not to ever have to do those, actually.
Sorry.
Did you have a question for me? I'm sorry, am I going too fast?
Oh,
or?
you're not. So
Okay.
the police department has a code enforcement officer as well, but that's separate from what your two positions are, even though they enforce the same things.
So Mayor and Councilor Williams, so they have, I think theirs are called community service officers, and they do a lot of parking violations. I'm not aware of them doing any of these types of violations as far as sign violations or weeds, trash, debris. Those all come under our department, under code enforcement.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I have a question for you, Robin.
Yes.
On top of the Indian Creek building on Kimball and Main, there's been complaints about the sign is way too big. Have we ever done anything about that one?
I'm not sure, Mayor and Councilor
Right on the
Selleck, I'm
corner.
not sure which,
There's a big white sign. It used to be a dry clean business, I think, years ago, didn't it? And then Dylan bought it right on the corner.
His Indian Creek Steakhouse
Yeah,
sign.
yeah.
I know that's been there for several years.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember back, we had sent, I think, notices to him years ago. And I don't
Okay.
think everything ever came to fruition, but I can't remember more on it, so.
I'm just curious.
I'm not aware of it, but I can certainly look into that and
Okay.
see what's going on with it.
Yeah, I think it's Kimball between Arthur and the railroad track,
Yeah.
right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
Okay, certainly, yeah. Parking compliance, they're responsible for improving and maintaining the quality of lives of neighborhoods and streets by enforcing the city's parking regulations. These parking regulations actually come under the traffic regulations under the police department. We revised, if you recall, those ordinances this last year to allow our parking enforcement officer, parking compliance officer, and planning and zoning to start enforcing some of those parking regulations. She's doing that through inspections. Right now, a lot of community education. parking tickets, right now, we're just doing warnings at the moment to help people to understand, because we have made a lot of changes to the parking regulations. She will have the ability to tag and tow vehicles, and also write misdemeanor citations if needed. These are some of the violations that she can go out and write tickets for. So, junk vehicles, parking in front of a mailbox, blocking a driveway. Some that we see a lot in our parks is where people are parking in the fire lanes or along yellow or red painted curbs. Unauthorized parking in handicap stalls. This position will also help back up the car park for downtown events. Like if they need additional help, then this position can help provide additional assistance as necessary for certain types of events that may occur. Yep, go ahead.
On that position, we already have it though, right?
Yes, we do. We do. We hired this position the end of 2023.
I just wanted to make it clear for the people who are struggling with the meters that we are not hiring additional personnel to enforce them, that that's a car park thing. So this is just to help out, but she's already working. So we're not, the taxpayers are not paying for her to come in and ticket them.
Right, Mayor and Council Register, absolutely. And her helping out the car park is going to be a very rare occasion. She was mainly hired to do parking violations citywide.
Right.
So a lot of the things that like code compliance was trying to deal with, like it could be even living in an RV or parking a trailer on the street for more than 48 hours, those types of things, or junk vehicles that are sitting on somebody's property that are in view of the public right of way, and not classic cars, but I'm talking like legitimate, like junk, unregistered, inoperable vehicles that are blight to the neighborhood, where she can now go out and write parking tickets for them. Because in the past, our only recourse was to write misdemeanor citations. And for a lot of that stuff, you don't want to write misdemeanor citations and tie up the court system for something like a vehicle that can just be put into the garage or in the backyard, or a trailer that needs to be moved or something. And so it's just another alternative to get compliance and clean up our neighborhoods, and free up the court system. So yes, we're not hiring any additional employees for downtown.
Yeah, okay.
Department structure currently, so we have a director, we have 2 admin assistants. One admin is 100% planning and zoning. The other admin assistant splits her time between planning and zoning and code compliance, helping them primarily with when they have abatements and they have to send out bills to reimburse contractors, and then we have to sometimes lien properties and send those liens over to the county to collect on taxes when we don't get paid for our abatements. That takes a lot of work, so she spends 50% of her time doing that. We have a deputy director, who is Morgan Bisa, who you guys have all met. Under land use and planning, we currently have 4 planners and a planning tech. They are at different levels, so as you'll see, the planner 3 is the highest level planner. That would be Joe. We have a planner 2, which is Katie, and we have 2 planner 1s. Those are entry-level planner positions that they're learning, they're growing in the field, in their profession, and that is Alex and April. And then we have a planning tech. What that planning tech does is she's responsible for all the applications that come in. She does the initial pre-screening, does the fees, all that kind of stuff, and then starts the routing process. She also does all the over-the-counter stuff when people come in over the counter. Code compliance, we have 2 full-time code officers and 1 part-time code officer. And then in parking compliance, we have 2 arms to that. We have a parking officer that it's full-time, and then the outside parking management company, Card Park, has been put under our department for this next fiscal year as well. So we will oversee the management of that contract moving forward.
I have a question.
Yeah.
So, something that's near and dear to my heart forever. I really whenever a developer comes in front of this body, they always make all kinds of wonderful promises, show all kinds of wonderful pictures, but I really would like someone in your organization that makes sure they hold up to what they do a year later, 2 years later, those things that they promised or that we ordered that be done. Do you have a particular person that reviews that stuff, or how does that work in this organizational chart?
Sure. Mayor and Councilor Allgood. When I came on board, we did recognize some shortfalls in the processes. So there were special use permits that might have been approved years before, and nobody followed up on them. We've put some processes in place. So we do have a software system that now when there is a special use permit, a subdivision plat, plan unit development, something like that, we actually create an inspection in there ourselves. They're supposed to call us for an inspection, but we know how that works, right? A lot of times they just don't. So we trigger ourselves to follow up on that in the system. So that's one thing we've done. The other thing we do is for like subdivisions or plan unit developments, when the council puts conditions on them, we look for those as the building permits come in. And so whatever planner did that project, so say Katie did, the Charles project, for instance. As those building permits come in, she reviews all the building permits for the Charles because she's the most familiar with that project and the conditions. They pull the development agreements, they pull the order of decisions out while they're doing those reviews. If there are special conditions that are not like necessarily in a development agreement, like say the project didn't have a development agreement, but council wanted, we had one recently where no vinyl siding. We have a tracking mechanism now where we say in this development, the houses can't have any vinyl siding or XYZ, and we make sure to review those and make sure that they're calling those out on the building permits. And then on those particular building permits, before they can get a C of O, we have to go out and inspect it and sign off on it. And we do the same thing for the commercial stuff as well. The planners do inspections too, so they're not just planners, but they're inspectors as well. So they go out in the field and they inspect all the landscaping, all the parking lots, all of that kind of stuff.
Yeah, and I'm familiar with at least one where landscaping wasn't done, parks and tot lots weren't done.
Yep.
Even though the development is years old, those things didn't, and I just, again, when we get these assurances up front, I want to make sure they're held to it,
Agreed. Yeah. I agree with you. Thank you. That's a good question. So just something I wanted to put out there because I'm really proud of our staff. We have staff that has a lot of accreditations, a lot of certifications. So just wanted to put that out there. I also thought it was important because we are requesting a little bit more money in our budget for travel and meetings, and that's because we do have, as you can see up there, a lot of certifications that require a lot of additional CEUs on an annual basis to keep those up. We have 2 staff members that are certified AICP planners, which is a very high accreditation for a planner. We have 2 more staff members seeking that AICP certification, so we're super excited about that. And then we have a staff member that has a lot of certifications in the building and the economic development field, certified building official, plans examiner, inspector, code enforcement administrator, and a certified economic developer. So just wanted to highlight those in our department. Some of our fiscal year 2024 year-to-date accomplishment, we have filled all of our personnel vacancies that we've had, and we are not requesting any additional staff in this next fiscal year budget. We've converted all of our land use applications to digital format, and they're all being submitted now through online submissions. We did this because we transitioned our department to 100% paperless. We no longer have files. We no longer have papers to scan. Everything is digital and electronic, so we're super excited about that. We've completed the RFP process and are right in the midst of updating our city's comprehensive plan, which is a huge project that we are also very excited about to bring back to council to have that discussion. We've completed the RFP and we're just starting the process of completing that sub-area plan for the Caldwell Event Center, which will also look at feasibility for the amphitheater in that location, or if it should be in a different location. We wrote and secured a grant with the help from the finance department for $30,000 from Blue Cross. This will put a health initiative into our comprehensive plan, which a lot of cities do not have. So we're excited to have that within our comprehensive plan to kind of lead that charge in the Treasure Valley. We changed the role of our code compliance team. First, we changed the name. They were always referred to as code enforcement, and sometimes I catch myself still saying that. Code compliance is a much softer tone to the community, and that's really what we're trying to do, is get voluntary compliance and not be an enforcement mechanism. So we've changed their name to code compliance, and we also switched them from reactive to proactive, especially on the major gateways and corridors, because we recognize there's a lot of things happening, landscaping that's dying, you know, signage that's being put up where it shouldn't be, buildings that aren't being maintained. And so we really want them to help us clean up, especially our major gateways and corridors into our beautiful city. We worked with the engineering department. We were really having some issues with being able to track traffic impact study reviews. So we helped create an online application, a routing and a tracking process for those so that people could submit those online now ahead of even submitting their land use application. We evaluated all of our zoning ordinances and developed an extensive plan and timeline for amendments and full reorganization of the code, and we have completed the first of 6 large amendment packages. We would have loved to have had the second one to you within the next month or so, but Joe's wife had to go and have a baby last Saturday, so we're delayed a little bit because he helped write half of those amendments, so we're going to kind of wait for him to come back. We created a process to allow for tracking of all internal reviews. So in the past, everything that got routed to other departments, we were just doing tracking through email, which just was not working for us. So we now have all the tracking in our software. We had to kind of jimmy rig it a little bit because our software isn't very great, but it's working. We created an online application and process for all roundtable requests. This way, when people come in and submit their applications, we can now link those roundtable notes and everything to the applications, which is really important. Drafted and completed amendments to the city code parking regulations, completed a review of the department's current fees for services, and we will be bringing back to the council some fee increases for planning and zoning for fiscal year 2025, because we recognize we have a lot of things that are not paying for staff time. We participated on the Compass Affordable Housing Work Group and the Active Transportation Work Group. We've provided professional and in-house training to our team. We came up with created a planner of the day schedule. So one day of the week, each planner rotates, and they're the ones that serve the front counter or answer phone calls. So this way it allows other planners to be able to spend quality time doing their plan reviews, and you're not getting multiple planners interrupted in one day. And then on our code compliance team, they opened 604 code compliance cases year to date in an effort to clean up the city. So they've been working hard. Just by the numbers, 2023 versus 2024 year to date, this is annual numbers, not fiscal year. So the yellow is 2023, the blue is 2024 year to date. Total planning applications, 311. So far, year to date, we've had 150. So we are on track to be potentially more than what we had last year. Total public hearings, 243. We've only had 76. What that tells us is that some of the applications maybe did not require a public hearing, or they were a special use permit and did not require 2 public hearings, because that public hearing count is total public hearings. Total building permits, last year we reviewed 1,775 building permits. This year to date, we've reviewed 895. Construction drawings, we reviewed 49 last year and 18 this year, year to date. When we look at our large planning applications, as you can see, subdivision plats are the largest that come in, followed by special use permit and annexations. If you look at 2023 versus year to date, you can see rezones, annexations, and comp plan amendments have kind of reduced. This is not surprising. This is due to the fact that developers know that we're in a comp plan amendment process. So a lot of them are kind of holding off because they don't want to put a lot of time and effort into the cost of developing plans if something's going to change. So we've seen them kind of holding back a little bit. I foresee as we get that draft land use map to council and get that in place, we'll probably start seeing at least the annexations come up again. The hope would be that the comp plan amendments and the rezones would still stay down based on the fact that we'll have a better plan in place moving forward. So our fiscal 2025 goals, we want to transcribe all of our applications, checklists, and planning documents into Spanish. We want to leverage grant dollars to develop a historic preservation master plan. The city currently does not have one, a citywide master plan. We'd like to complete a downtown master plan that will encompass the city center, the central business district, and the area that we propose to expand as part of the downtown. We want to continue to work with GIS to portray land development information in a parcel-based format for the public. We currently don't have this. Every other jurisdiction has it. We need it. It's basically where your GIS map is outward facing to the public. Somebody can go on there, put in their address. They can find out what their zoning is, what the comp plan land use designation is, what school district they're in. We would leave things off of there like utilities because that's a safety issue, but things like irrigation district, school district, zoning. We currently don't have that, and it's really difficult. People either have to call us or they have to try to zoom in on our zoning map and figure out where they're at, and it's really cumbersome for them. So we're working through that. We're going to work with engineering on completing some subdivision ordinance amendments. Once the comp plan gets done, we'll go back and do some ordinance amendments that will implement the new vision and goals of the comp plan. We'll continue to improve building our high-functioning department and working collaboratively with other departments. And then Morgan and I are working on developing a comprehensive in-house training program for all staff. So that we can, we go to conferences and things, but a lot of times we learn a lot more through in-house training as well by sharing our knowledge and experience with each other. So we're going to provide an in-house training program for our staff. Okay, so now the boring stuff, the numbers. Our proposed 2025 budget, under the planning and zoning umbrella, again, is a planning and zoning budget and then a parking budget, which is new in 2025. In the planning and zoning budget, we have personnel expenses, and then we have maintenance and operation expenses. We are not requesting any additional staff. We have no capital requests. In fact, I'll just preface this presentation with our budget is actually less than it was last year. So we did not increase our budget. We do have some increase in line items in our budget. Our operations and maintenance portion of the budget is a little higher, mainly because of the first yellow items that are highlighted, which are the admin allocation costs that were not in our fiscal year 2024 budget that are now in our 2025. So the audit services, the admin payroll services, admin facilities, and attorney services, which I think those alone add up to about $103,000. So those are new to us this year. Those are calculated by finance and put into our budget. The rest of them, I'm not going to go through the line items that either remained the same or that were reduced, but if you have questions on those, I'm happy to answer that. I just kind of wanted to touch on the ones that we have increased slightly. So our software maintenance and service, that has increased by 21%. That is for your annual license fees for software that we don't really control. The software company just increases those. We have a couple more, like we hired Joe and then Morgan came on board, and we've got the parking person and another code compliance officer. So we needed 4 more licenses, so that increased the cost a little bit there as well. So that's basically for our land development software, Microsoft 365, Duo, which is how to remote in when they're out in the field. So those are kind of necessities that we just have to have, unfortunately. The next one, professional services, we did increase by 44,000, is what we're requesting. This is what I was talking about earlier. The request, the 2 biggest requests in there is 25,000 for the completion of a historic master plan. Now, $10,000 of that has already been received by the city, but we still have to show it as an expense. It was received last year from the State Historic Preservation Office and a developer for a mitigation of a historic preservation project. And so that money is reserved. It has to go back into a historic preservation project, which could be a master plan. So then we're just asking for 15,000 in matching grant funds to do that. And then the biggest thing is $50,000 to do a downtown master plan. So the next item, repair and maintenance of vehicles, we increased it by 500. That's because we got 2 new vehicles last year, so we increased it a little bit. The next line item, iCrimp, those are annual premiums. Those are also put in by finance, so that's the increase for iCrimp. Travel and meetings, you can see we're proposing to increase that by 7,000. Again, that's due to the amount of certifications we have in our department and 2 people that are seeking certifications to provide them with the training they need. Minor equipment, we are increasing it by 400. General operating supplies by 1,278. This is due to a couple things that we need moving into the new building, but mainly because when we were at 621, we shared the cost of office supplies with engineering and building, and now that we're in New City Hall, each department is responsible for their own office supplies. So when we moved out of 621, we had like 0 office supplies, so we're kind of starting from scratch. So we put a little extra money in there for just some office supplies. Like, for instance, we need to buy a supply cabinet because we don't even have any room to store supplies right now. So just a little breakdown. So fiscal year 2024 maintenance operation budget was $256,327. Our department calculated our maintenance operation at 247, so we actually had a reduction of 9,000. But then when you added back in those admin allocation and attorney costs of 103,000, it did bring our budget up to 350,000, which put us 94,000 higher in our maintenance and operation than the year before. But then if you go down, but if you look at our total budget, of 1.496 for fiscal year 24, we're at 1.429 for fiscal year 25. So we're still 66,000 less than we were last fiscal year in our budget. And the last item is just the parking budget. Again, I want to clarify, this is just the budget for car park. This is for the management and the revenues. This has absolutely nothing to do with our parking compliance officer. She comes under the planning and zoning budget. This is a separate budget just for the downtown parking management. So the revenues have been projected at $870,100, and the expenses have been projected at $624,800, with a difference of $245,300 in the positive. And I will stand for any questions you might have.
Very good. Councilor Stoddard.
ICRIM isn't associating us with the Canyon County Commissioners, are they? Because of that increase?
Are you talking about iCream?
I'm being a little sarcastic, but I am curious why it went up that much.
Oh, so the reason it went up that much is I have not actually received the estimate for fiscal year 25 from iCrim. And so I used, last year it went up about 125,000, so I increased it another $125,000, because I don't know what it will be, because I'm not an insurance specialist, so, and once we get that, it'll update and we'll have the accurate number. But
Okay. The other question I had is just on the parking meters, again, refresh my memory. Are we putting up the money up front and then hope we get enough revenue to pay for it, or are they doing something?
So there's no revenue upfront, or no expense upfront, I should say. It's everything that they collect, and then they will send us the net of that. These are numbers that I was provided by Car Park, and so that's what I used in there. Hopefully, they said within the next couple of weeks, we'll get our first monthly report that we'll be able to book, and so I think from there, we'll be able to see maybe where we're gonna be.
Okay, good. And just the other comment, I've been around here for a while, like Mr. Allgood has, and your department has improved 100%. It's just great to see.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. I have a tremendous staff. They're fantastic.
Okay, any other questions?
I-
Yes, Counselor, all good.
Go ahead.
So.
Raylan, sir, I apologize. I'm looking at revenue versus expenses in planning and zoning, and there's a significant difference. What makes up the difference? Where does that money come from?
It comes from building permit fees and revenues that building collects. So both fire prevention, planning and zoning, and building share the revenue of the building permit fees, since they all do review building permits. And I know we have a meeting, and I've been talking to Robin and to Rob about really looking at reallocating some of those, so that instead of us just doing transfers to cover the deficit in these departments, that we are actually charging the correct fees where the departments should be. I don't know if that will happen this year or next year.
So just so I'm tracking here, it looks like expected revenue is 710,000, and the expense is 1.4 million. So the difference between that is made up where?
Building fee revenue.
And that's reflected somewhere else in this budget?
In the building department revenue, you'll see an overage of that revenue, yes.
So, sir, so they're whole, there's no other taxpayer dollars going in to make
That
them
is
whole?
correct. Right now, we're showing a shortfall, but that's why I'm having a meeting with those departments on the 17th, because I've not built in, I haven't built any increases for fee increases. I've only built in increases due to growth, not due to fee increases. And so that's why we're gonna be talking about fees, to see where we're going to increase and what specific lines will increase because of that.
And the shortfall you mentioned is not a big concern at this point, we're okay?
That is correct. It's about $500,000, which just with minimal increases, and because of the amount of permits and everything that building runs through, even if we increase just one by small amount, it's not even 5%, I'm talking like 1 or 2, it can have a bigger impact on that, so.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and that kind of rolls into a little bit earlier, Counselor Stoddick's comments at the golf course about making sure that we're in line. We were there, building, we're not quite. So that's what that kind of extra, to make sure that we're not so far behind, so picking those up so it gets back in line to make sure that, again, growth's paying for growth in that regards. Any other questions? Counselor, go ahead, Counselor Register.
Could you go back a couple of slides to the first part of your, breakdown?
Maybe.
Oh, there you go. Right there?
There. Okay. So, question for Raylan then. The attorney services is going up $19,200, and the iCrimp appears to be going up $11,819. That's just for planning and zoning? Like, is every department having that increase with attorneys and iCrimp?
Yes, so the overall iCrimp, like I said, I have not received the actual estimate, so I did build in a significant increase to kind of overcompensate for that. But once I receive that, that number will be adjusted. For the attorney services, this is if we decided to still go with the same attorney and not bring any in-house attorneys in,
But this is,
that cost would increase in that.
so every department has an increased cost of something, and is it the same across the board for like the attorneys, or is it because they have more money?
So it's based off of an allocation, so based off of, usage and where kind of those funds, like who uses the attorney services more and who uses it less. So, for example, golf would not actually see a humongous increase because they don't use attorney services as much as police and fire, for example.
Okay, so the attorneys, just out of curiosity, they can just raise their rates, they don't come to us, like, if we had an in-house attorney, then they would be coming to us with a budget, right? Like,
That is correct.
staff,
And-
et cetera, but with a contracted attorney, then they raise their rates and we pay for it.
Well, that's why, like, part of the budget is that process, and so, you know, when, I know I received a letter from Mr. Hilty on the increase, and so I think that's part of the budget discussion. And so if you feel like we need to push back on it, but I think then we would have a reduced level of service from them if the cost went down, so.
Okay, so the cost for the attorney, just so I'm clear, is something that was sent by the attorneys, it's not a guess as to what they're gonna be doing,
That is
right?
correct.
Okay.
It's the actual cost. The ICRIMP is the only one that's kind of an estimate.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
And it looks like, so in the past, the allocation has not happened. This is a new, that's why it goes from 0 to 19.2. So it's
So
not that it's going up, that just
specifically
allocations being done differently, correct?
For attorney services, that actually was something that we allocated, it's just that it did get forgotten in last year's budget, so that did not happen. But for all the other ones, the audit services, the admin payroll services, and the facilities, when reviewing the admin allocation and looking at it, in looking at the revenues and where finance spends their time as well as other departments, we really looked at who should be paying as part of the admin allocations. And so, we did include, I made the decision, and I did include any fund that was supported with fees, because then it does help to justify the fee. And it's not the intent to increase the fees, that was not why I did it. It's more to justify the fee and make sure that all the departments and all of the, funds that have fees, that they're being charged all of the overhead costs. So even though this looks like a $74,000 increase in planning and zoning, it was a $74,000 decrease across, say, enterprise funds, so water and sewer. So it offsets each other. So if I don't charge it here, that amount's gonna get charged in another fund, so.
So each one of those yellow highlighted ones increased here, but it was a deduction somewhere else equal to that amount.
Potentially, yeah.
Well, with the exception of the attorney services, right? They
Exception
weren't
of
on
the-
there
the
in
attorney
2024?
services, yes.
So is there a way to find out what we paid in 2024 versus what we're paying now? I don't need it right now, just in
Yeah,
general.
I can send that to you.
Okay.
Counselor Dittenberg, you had a question?
I got a couple comments and I have a question. The first comment I'd like to make is, first of all, thank you for your presentation and thanks for the work that you do for the city. Steve and I forgot to thank you for your work that you do for the city. I see that, these two roles kind of interchange a lot, and so you guys have both the same vision. And I appreciate that, a lot, because the city of Caldwell is a great city because of the work that you do. But I want to echo something that, Councilor Allgood said, and that is with this compliance stuff. You had mentioned changing things from enforcement to compliance, and not that I'm advocating spending more money, but maybe I'm advocating spending more money. What would a permit compliance officer look like in your office?
I'm sorry, a what?
Special use permit compliance
special-
officer. And the only reason I ask that is because what's the balance between office work and field work? Are they doing 90% office work and 10% field work on compliance? And should that be a different ratio? And I'm just asking what that would look like.
Sure. and Mayor and Councilor Dittenber, I think if I look at the amount of compliance work they're doing when it relates to land use applications, I really think it's pretty minimal. And the reason I say that is because, like, for instance, with a special use permit, the code is very specific that a letter comes from the director. We have to put them on notice. They have so many days to come into compliance or whatever before it goes to code compliance. So generally, we will either get compliance or we end up revoking the SUP. And so then code compliance would come in if we say revoking SUP and they're still operating without an SUP. I haven't had one that's happened like that yet. I have had to revoke an SUP, but they're not operating. So I don't know at this time if it's necessitated to have an additional compliance officer to do things like land use violations. But I won't say that that may not be something, if we start to get way busier with land use applications, that I would say maybe a land development inspector that goes out and inspects the subdivisions and stuff might not be something needed in the future. And maybe that's all they do is inspections and then code compliance stuff, because then that would free up the planner not to have to go out and do the inspections and stuff. I don't know that we're there yet, but I appreciate that question because I do think we could be there someday.
Any other questions? Okay, excellent. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Appreciate all you do, Robin.
Thank you.
Okay. Madam Clerk? The last one. This is the last one.
The pressure's on, Debbie.
I know, trying to keep you awake. So in the budget book, which I'm not sure if Raylene planned this or not, but the city clerk is right after the senior citizen center. Was that intentional? Mayor and council, thank you for the opportunity to present information and my budget tonight. So are we going to the right? There we go. And so, of course, I'll just briefly summarize my opening remarks here is that I would be amiss not to say a big thank you to my team. I have a really strong city clerk team. I really appreciate that, and that's how things happen. We're a kind of a get-her-done department, and I appreciate the teamwork that we have because of strong personnel in there. Also, I appreciate City Council in helping me obtain that and making things go forward, and the mayor's leadership with that. Our mission statement, and this is posted on our website as well as far as the city clerk's office, but basically the city clerk is the record keeper for the city, and with that, fortunate we're able to help in obtaining and managing those through leveraging of technology now. We assist with public record documents and the information. We provide notary services to the public. We support the needs of the mayor, city council, and all other staff members. We issue city licenses and permits, provide documents and information in regards to the city elections, provide the services in a manner that's professional, efficient, transparent, fair, and courteous. One thing I should highlight on there as well is there's two other items that were not included in there that we need to update, but the city clerk provides risk management services to the city. I work hand in hand with ICRIMP in that way, as well as the finance director, to make sure that we are covered adequately with insurance. And I will kind of highlight some things that we've done this year that I think has been a benefit to the city and help save money to the taxpayers. I'm also serving currently as a city clerk with ADA compliance. And so with that, I work hand in hand with the building official to make sure that ADA is where it should be, as well as with the CDBG coordinator. we work hand in hand with that. Our vision is to continue with archiving public documents, use technology to create efficient records, beginning with a paperless process, which I'll update that a little bit later on too. We've made great strides with that. And to serve as a bridge between the mayor, the city council, city staff, and members of the public in regards to city government issues, information, and documentation. I really believe the city clerk serves as a hub for information. Oftentimes, I'll have people that'll call and say, I don't know who to start with. So I saw city clerk, and so I'll start with you, and then we can kind of help them find the right resources that they need. My organizational chart is on page 4 of my presentation. Of course, I answer directly to the mayor as an appointed official. By state statute, you have to have a city clerk. And with that, I also have a branch there that I help, and I think Council Register asked about that earlier, is that my involvement with the cemetery is through the administrative assistant there, because by code and by state statute as well, when you're handling such documents as internments, you have to be deputized in order to do that. So that falls under the clerk for that purpose. And I'm so glad that I am able to have that team member as part of our staff. I also have a deputy clerk, that's Angie Point. I have an administrative assistant, which is Ellen Miller. And then we have a part-time clerical, which she does basically cemetery archiving, and has done a great job, and we'll kind of give a highlight later on that. Page 5 of my presentation kind of gives a real brief overview of my budget. My budget's pretty stagnant to what it was last year. I'm not asking for any staff changes this year. However, there is a variance in our personnel and salary budget, and I'll kind of expound on that a little bit. There's a couple of items that I had asked for last year, and we were not able to move forward with them, and one of them was city code audit. And we were not able to move forward with that with American Legal because of what's currently happening with the planning and zoning with their review of Chapter 10. It was determined in talking with the mayor that it would just really be inappropriate at this time to move forward with an audit when there's so many changes being considered by City Council of that portion of Chapter 10 and Chapter 11. So, in talking with the director as well, decided that it would be best to put that under this year. We'll just pull that forward, which was approximately $28,000 that was going to cost us for that. The other option that we were talking about was maybe looking at some agenda management software, which I'm still researching that. There is a decrease in our budget this year when it comes to travel and meeting, because this current year was the year that I had to do the international certification, and I just got back from Calgary, Canada last week. So thank you again for letting me do that. It was eye-opening. I met one city clerk there, and I just have to share this. She's from the state of Illinois, and she has worked for her municipality there for 64 years as an employee. And part of that, of course, major part is the city clerk. Somebody responded, well, that's your goal. And I said, no, that is not my goal.
How long have you been here?
I have been here 23 years in August.
40 some more to go?
Yeah, just a mere 40 to go. So that brings me to my next portion of my budget, which is talking about the salary portion. This year, this coming budget will be my transition year for retirement. And so
Turn it off.
So with that in mind, in talking to the finance director, we've kind of prepared for that. And you'll see that outlined a little bit more in the detail from Ray Lynn. But there is a portion in there that is for my PTO payoff, basically, which I will never see that as in form of a check, just so you know. It goes into my HRA VEBA for future use for medical purposes. That's the only way that I'll ever be able to access that.
But there is approximately a $65,000 payout with that, with my years of service with the city. And then there's also a portion of that that is allowance for a 4-month double salary for the city clerk and for me to be allowed to train someone as the clerk. And of course, we will put that out as receiving applications when it's time, but that's going to be pretty soon. With the year of 2025, we'll start looking at replacement for the city clerk, probably in the January time frame. That'll start flowing together. So I just wanted to give you a heads up that this is the year.
Plan on retiring?
My goal is, hopefully, in meeting with Percy, will be probably by the end of August, first part of September, somewhere that they kind of set the date when you meet with them. So that's what I'm gearing for, is before the new fiscal year starts out again. So, pardon me?
Or you can battle with them.
Or I could. But that's my goal, is my husband will be retiring probably about 30 days after I do, so we're kind of going out together. So, we've had long service in government, and it's time to step aside. All right, so moving forward. So the accomplishments that I feel that we have just really worked towards this last year and really shown some really good results. Number one, my staff and I, especially Ellen Miller, really helped me with this, that we did a full audit on all of our risk management coverage for vehicles and equipment. That has not been done since I've been in office, and I'm not sure if it ever was done prior to that in the fashion that we did it. So every department was reviewed of what vehicles they have, of inventory, as well as equipment, to make sure that we have a accurate master list. We worked hand in hand with Hartwell Insurance, which is our brokerage for iCrimp, and making sure that everything is accurate. And then after we have done that, we're sending each of those departments a spreadsheet, because some of them, we realize, do not have an inventory of any of their vehicles or equipment, so there's no excuse. They will have now, and so we want to make sure that that's kept to date. Also, because of some changes with iCrimp this year, they have updated their policy with us, and statewide actually with all of their municipalities, that the deductible that used to be $2,500 for any kind of claims is now $5,000. Well, we have quite a bit of inventory that is not even at a value of $5,000 of equipment. So again, we're reviewing all of those items, and our outlay of premiums, we're hoping, will be reduced with that, which is a savings to the taxpayer. So we're really thankful that we were able to do that and benefit the city this year, and get that all organized. Also, the cemetery admin that is a part-time, just kind of interesting facts is that there's 18,000 approximately people interred at the cemetery here. We are a larger cemetery than even Kohler Cemetery in Nampa. We have more interred here. And with that, there has been approximately 3,100 burial permits put into our new program there and scanned into this SIMS program that we have. She is now putting more and more information in with those so that we can get up to that 18,000. And so with that, there's all kinds of background information that helps the public when they're doing kind of genealogies and whatnot. She's been instrumental in getting even all the photographs of the headstones being put into that program. It's going to be great. Another audit that I really have to give lots of kudos to our CDBG coordinator, Dominique. She really assisted me with this, but ITD, every so often, they require audits of the different communities that they award grants to. This year happens to be our audit. It's due in July of this year. And as part of that audit with ITD, we were required to make sure that our LEP, which is our Limited English Proficiency Plan, and our Title VI plan is current and up to date. It's a lot of work. We've never done a Title VI. We're never required until this year to do that. And so, between Dominique and I, we put it together. And we will submit it here within probably the next 30 days and making sure that we're in compliance. That is one of the requirements in order to continue receiving grants through ITD. We have to be compliant with all of those. So I don't foresee any problems with what our submittal is. In fact, everything that we have run through them up to this point, they've been very, very much in agreement with. So I think we'll be great with that. Another part of the city clerk is to provide public record requests, provisions of submittals and responses to those submittals. And so in 2023 alone, we did 3,600 public records request completions. That's quite large for a community our size. Average requests per day, we were receiving anywhere from 8 to 20 requests per day, and average requests per month adds up between 250 to 300, depending. And this is the best part of it. Our average time to complete each request is 1 day. That's pretty remarkable for a community. We've done upgrades to that program this last year, which helps with the compliance of turnaround, so we're very thankful for that. Laserfish forms, we've been working with them. Some of the other departments are going paperless, so is the city clerk's office. And the way we started is that we wanted to do our liquor, beer, wine renewals, and we had so many people ask, hey, can we do the same thing in Caldwell that we do with the state of Idaho with alcohol beverage control? So we're on the phone with alcohol beverage control and saying, what programs have you used? How can we pattern to be similar to what you've done? And so, just so you know, this is the first year we've done it. It kicked it out in January, issuing everything electronically to all the business owners that have alcohol beverage licenses. We figure it saved us 80% of staff time in putting those renewals out quickly to each of those businesses. They were so thankful that we went with that electronic, so we're very thankful for that. We continue working with data entry on our onboard, which is a tracking device for all of the commissions, boards, and committees that we have in the city. So we know that if somebody has been on a commission, which not too long ago we had an airport commission member that had served over 30 years on that board, and we were having to look through every Excel spreadsheet we had for 30 years. Now we don't have to do that anymore. It's at our fingertips, so we're very thankful for that. Special event permits, just point of interest, we issued 52 special event permits this last year. Angie does a great job with that, so that means nearly every weekend there was some kind of event going on here in Caldwell. Our Train Depot Event Center, I've assigned that now to Ellen. She's taken it off my plate, and I'm really thankful for that. But we've increased the marketing of our event center over there. We received 40 reservations this last calendar year for use of the Caldwell Train Depot Event Center alone. She's developed a bilingual English-Spanish brochure, and then, of course, like I said, she markets that. I want to highlight right there that I've asked our finance department to help me with doing kind of analysis on our rental fee. And because of that analysis, we have realized that we're just pretty well breaking even with the rent that we charge for the events there, and then what is costing us to keep the operations of that event center going with different utilities and maintenance and upkeep. So we are proposing this year, and you'll see this when it comes time for the fees to come forward, but we're proposing that the rental fee be increased from $400 for just the event center. That's the portion that's not the museum, right? Just the event center will go from $400 up to $500. Trust me, we are still below the average of what most event centers are being proposed or being charging the public for that. We are way below that. With that in mind then, so if a person were to rent the building, the event center, and the plaza, that would go up another 100 as well. So it'd be 650 rather than the 500 that we currently have. I do not believe that's out of reach for most of the citizens. In fact, I have more people, after they rent the event center, they come to me and say, we couldn't find anything in this valley that compared to what the rental price was, and it's beautiful. We love it. Can we book it again? And so I believe we're still within reach of being able to help our community members in having a nice space for events, but yet we need to make sure that we are more than just breaking even. All right, legislative processes, and you can see what we do as far as making sure that all the meetings and everything are noticed correctly. All of our ordinances are codified correctly. Everything's posted like it should be and maintained. But we also, and this is kind of an interesting fact, I have for the last few years held a community elections information meeting before the election period starts with campaigning. I had several in this international conference that I went to this week. That was one of the items that was under discussion in one of the workshops, and I had several city clerks come to me and say, I never thought about that, because we're not getting anybody to run for these public offices, and I don't know how to get the interest out there. And this has helped us immensely with getting the word out, I think. And then with that in mind as well, we have put out different press releases and whatnot for making sure that some of the other positions like planning and zoning and our design review commissions and different things like that, that people know that there's vacancies out there, and that that's a good stepping stone to get them involved in some commissions and whatnot if they want to move up into maybe city council positions later on. So it has worked great for us, and I'm hoping that the other communities in Idaho take maybe that as an example as well. We also disperse and making sure that all of our surplus property is disposed of correctly. Right now, we have quite a bit of surplus property at 411 Blaine Street from the move that will be coming forward to you soon here as far as being public auction for that as well. With that, we also host an annual shredding of all of our public documents, and I wanted to highlight that. And let me get to the right area here. There was 10,000 pounds of public documents that were shredded this past year to date. And part of that has to deal with, of course, the move. I was really pushing all the departments to review every piece of paper they had been scanned correctly, because if you scan it, now the scan copy becomes your permanent document. And I had departments really working towards that goal. And so that's why you saw so many of those requests for making sure that we could shred those scanned documents now, and it all added up to over 10,000 pounds of paper. So yay, that's great. That's less paper that we had to move at 621 Cleveland to store over there. And fortunately, we have enough room now. So we were great. It was great with that. Okay, some of the things that the city clerk's office has been involved in on a community level, I just want to highlight because these are exciting things that I was able to be involved in my time here recently with the city clerk. And one of those was the historical fountain. It's been rehabbed now. It's getting ready to be placed at the train depot back to 7th Avenue. We're really delighted about that. There will be a ribbon cutting ceremony on June 28th, and all of you received an invitation to that. We are very excited with the Friends of the Depot and city staff to put that on. And the Chamber of Commerce is working with us as well on that one. The second one is a fauna and flora memorial. That will be actually at Indian Creek there in the little bulb out in front of the Nancola Center. There's an area there that has some sculptures of a heron and then some birds in flight and whatnot. That was never really recognized that was part of the daylighting process of Indian Creek. So we're putting kind of a memorial plaque there as to the people, and a lot of that was done through Caldwell Fine Arts. Sylvia Hunt was very instrumental in that, so there will be a plaque placed there about the same time as the historical fountain. With that, there is also a walking tour brochure that we've put together from our department for that historical fountain and the fauna, as well as all other sites downtown Caldwell that people can pick up. We'll have that online as well, but it'll be at the ribbon cutting that day so people can kind of familiarize themselves with some different things going on downtown. There was also, at Memorial Day, we put together a mapping and tour guide of some great sites up at the cemetery, some instrumental grave sites up there that dealt with, well, even the Oregon Trail up there that people might not even be aware of, as well as business members that are founders of our community. And then daily operations. I want just to highlight that all of our forms are being translated into Spanish for ease of our community members. All forms are also being converted into e-forms for ease of our community as well. We will continue with cross-training efforts among the city clerk team, continuation of updating the cemetery archive records into SIMS, and then finally, the final entries of onboard software for boards, commissions, and whatnot. We will continue with increased training and development of our staff. And I just kind of outlines there the different aspects of that professional training. Of course, I have international training as well as the state, and then risk management, but Angie's working also to complete her advanced training for the state. Ellen has now started with her state basic training of certification as a clerk. Doris previously was employed by the city of Nampa and city of Marsing in the clerk's office, so she has those certifications. And then, of course, with the cemetery admin, we're working to get her additional training in professional enrichment. And with that, that is the conclusion of my report.
Good questions.
Mr. Mayor. Madam Clerk, I was surprised on the revenue versus expenses. I thought with all the growth, we've had a lot more revenue.
We don't have probably as many facets of revenue with our licenses as some of the departments do, because we're pretty narrow with what we license and give permits out to. Now, we have started more with the special event permits. You can see that, so we do have revenue from that. This year is the first year in many years that we've had people actually seek us for licensing for patrol and security, and new businesses coming up. And of course, with that, we have required that if they're wanting to do any kind of security in any of our city facilities and our event centers that are licensed for alcohol and whatnot, they have to be licensed with the city, so that's kind of pushed that a little bit. There is not nearly as many door-to-door permits that we issue as we did earlier, probably prior to COVID. So that's a reduction there. And there isn't as many of the peddler permits. Now, there's several permits like for taco wagons or snow cone wagons where they're parked in one place, and those are now through the planning and zoning department. They're the ones that license and permit those, so we don't have any revenue with those. So ours is more with peddlers. So maybe you have an ice cream truck that rings the bell that goes down the street, and that's considered a peddler. Those type of businesses are far and in between as to what they used to be. Those are more mom and papa, and there doesn't seem to be the generation carrying some of those businesses forward.
Let's see. Thank you.
You bet.
Other questions?
I don't have a question, but I just have a statement.
Yeah.
I'm not thrilled to hear about this pending retirement.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
However, I think that part of the reason why the city respects you and trusts you so much is because of the way that you handle things, like building in these things to the budget so that it's not a surprise later. And that's just a true testament to who you are to the city.
Thank you.
In general. And
thank you, Council
we'll
Register.
discuss this more, I'm sure, but
thank you very much. I
we will
appreciate
be
those
protesting
comments.
a retirement party.
Well, I just want you to know it's been a pleasure. I have truly enjoyed my time, And thank you for letting me extend it out even a little bit longer than I thought I originally would do. It has been a pleasure working for the city, and I'm looking forward to my last year of transition, being able to help, hopefully, with the selection of that new person in that seat, whoever that may be, and whatever vision she or he has for the city, I'm sure will be delightful as well. But it has been great. I have always had the support of the mayor and the council, and I couldn't do it without it. So thank you. That's not always the case. I hear horror stories from other communities, and it's not quite as pleasurable for some city clerks.
Yeah.
But I have really enjoyed my time. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Any other questions? Okay, very good. Thank you so much. That is our last presentation, so we'll end this evening. Our next workshop will be June 20th, 4 p.m. That would be by the Caldwell Police Department and the Caldwell Fire Department at the new City Hall. With that, we are concluded.